just heard Into the Painted Gray from Agalloch's Marrow of the Spirit album from 2010. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast, Agalloch Part 3. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And this is part three and our final chapter of our little Agalloch story that I got to throw credit for where credit's due. Joseph Schaefer was kind of the one that put the nucleus of the idea into motion, and then kind of things kind of went from there, and getting hooked up with John and Hunter and all that kind of stuff. So it was but it's also kind of long overdue because we had a pretty crazy delay between between part one and two and three, kind of because of well, all kinds of things. Computer stuff that sort of happened, and so you had to go out and get a new computer, and then vacations in Greece and house stuff, and I just feel like you and I haven't
Well,
recorded
life
in a
in general.
while.
Yeah, I've got
Yeah,
a almost 2 year old. Oh, not almost. I got an 18-month
18-month
old
old. Yeah.
son who's, running around like a maniac. He has more energy than anybody knows what to do with.
Yeah.
But also, yeah, the another thing that was happening at the same time is
Oh, your book too. Yeah.
yeah, the Repulsion book. I finished, sent it to the publisher, and I my machine is not that old. It's what is it, 2023 or something maybe. My iMac that I did everything on. I had
Yeah.
such issues with like memory problems that I couldn't risk. Like I had to get the book out to the publisher before I could really fuck with any of that stuff. Otherwise, I could be in a real mess.
If something
So
shut
that
down
was
or
another
disappeared,
layer of
you're
it.
lost. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we apologize, but we know that we produce the content that you love, and we do good work, even if we do have some delays on occasion. We'll call this our it was a little summer vacay, if you will.
Yeah, and if you break it down by how many hours
Yeah,
there
we're
are, we
yep,
offer as much as any other. Well, not
exactly.
any other. Who knows?
Weekly
There's people
podcasts
that
or
like the
bi-weekly ones.
podcast for 4 hours doing a live stream or something where they don't talk about anything. But for our type of thing, I don't think there's another show that does a similar thing,
That
really.
goes in depth on this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, we just wanted to say greetings and apologies if you were wondering kind of what happened in between part one and part two. I think we explained ourselves when we sent that little message out a couple weeks ago before I left for Greece, um, about all the problems with Spotify and some of the algorithm stuff that's going on. So if you are new to Requiem Metal Podcast, our suggestion right now is subscribe. We want you to, but do it on some platforms where they're not going to take down our episodes.
Do it, yeah, podcast aggregator. Use like Fountain is a really good open source um,
Podcruncher I've used.
one as well.
Podbean
Yeah, where
is
you
really
don't have
good.
to put in the. It used to be where you'd have like with the aggregators, you'd have to put the RSS feed in. Now all
Oh,
you have to do is just search
yeah.
Requiem podcast. It pops up. You subscribe. Boom, you're done.
Well, and even like Apple Podcast, I don't subscribe to Apple Music, and I think a lot of people think you have to. It's just a free platform, and
It's
they
a
don't seem
separate thing now, but
to have
I would
any.
avoid that if you could. I would try to do something that's not a big legacy corporation because who knows, they could change their mind tomorrow and
Eventually, yeah. But so far, so
so
good.
just go
They
direct
have,
to us if you can.
yep. But so we apologize for people who were halfway through part two of Agalloch and then emailed me and said it just disappeared on me, and I was like, oh fuck, here we go. This is the
It's just
nightmare.
random. I started looking
Yeah.
on Spotify like you know, what's left.
It is very strange the ones that get plugged. And same thing with YouTube because we've moved over to YouTube too, and we actually have people that subscribe to us on there, but it's just there's certain episodes that have kind of disappeared, which I knew on YouTube it was going to happen because of the copyright sort of stuff, but you just
Yeah.
kind of hope that we fly under the radar for a while, but it is what it is. We want to get this out in as many formats as possible for people to find it and discover it. And hopefully, if you do discover it in a weird place like Spotify or YouTube, the safest thing, like Mark was saying, is to get over to an aggregate of some sort, and then you'll get all the episodes and they won't disappear on you. So it's kind of nice.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
But
like d- don't rely on legacy formats for anything unless you
yeah,
like the same with that's the same reason why I buy physical media because
100%.
like you can be like, oh, I love, I want to watch Indiana Jones every week and I've got whatever services it's on and like, oh, they just decided to take off Temple of Doom for what reason? I don't know.
Yep.
I've
Yep.
got the Blu-ray. Like,
I'm
ugh.
I'm in the same boat. You know, why
Yeah.
do I have 8,000 CDs? I'm like, well, I don't trust corporations to protect my interests in terms of what I want to listen to when and,
No, even
what
if you buy it
compression.
on Amazon or something, what if something happens where that whole system crashes? Then like just
Yep.
physical media is actually cheaper in the long run. You're not paying a monthly fee for a license of it.
Yep. Yep.
Like we're in a weird spot with media right now, with
Yeah.
where you've got to you know
I
supposedly
heard
have
CDs
access
are
to
making a
everything.
comeback though.
But
Weren't you saying that in a text message with me and Chris that
that's
CDs are making a comeback? Hey,
so I've heard from, I don't know if I was listening to NPR or something, but they're talking about the physical media making a comeback with
yeah,
millennials. And I
I
think
get it.
it's because you're not, if you grew up without a physical copy of anything, what is more interesting than seeing that? What is that physical thing?
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
that weird, like, CD players, LPs, 8 tracks, cassettes? Like it's a tangible thing. You're pushing buttons. It's not just something on your iPad.
Yeah.
So I think
Absolutely.
it's always going to go in ebb and flows like that. But it's nice to see people caring about, especially I think kind of fringe genre stuff. People are much more interested in getting a physical copy of that too. But
Yeah, I think metal sales have been pretty consistently like above average in both vinyl and CDs because
hmm
metalheads tend to be collectors,
yeah, and
especially
people
in our
get,
realm of metal, underground kind of metal stuff.
yeah, people get ridiculous. Like I have multiple um versions of most Paradise Lost records, but I don't go as far as to get every different color or anything like that. But I know people that, like, they need to get, every color of every record from whatever band, and
Yeah,
like
it's
it
it's
gets.
weird sometimes the ebb and flow with me. Like the other day, I was just on Discogs, which is a really great place to find music, by the way, if you don't know Discogs. Um, And I just suddenly decided I was like, you know what? I want all the Portishead singles that came out because they all have like remixes and bonus tracks on them. And so I just like went down like a wormhole and just started like researching what's got what and trying to find affordable ones that were reasonable. And I was just like, yeah, I just want these. Like I just,
Yeah.
like we were talking off mic before about, filling in like Bowie collections. Like there's a lot of Bowies that neither of us had that we're kind of filling in as we get older and stuff. And it's like, there's kind of something cool about that. It's like this endless, eternal search. I went to two used record stores like a week and a half ago with my buddy Luke, who's a listener. And you just don't know what you're going to find. And it's kind of that part's fun about the physical media aspect of it is like
How was
running into
Encore, by
this
the way,
thing.
in Ann Arbor?
Encore's metal section was not great. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't as bad as like 2 summers ago. I think when Chris and I went when
hmm
we were visiting Ann Arbor. But their rock and normal music, that's where I found a lot of Bowie's. I found Talking Heads record that I was looking for.
So they
Um,
still have the volume.
they have some stuff. It's not
Okay.
the old volume because you've been to the new Encore, right? That's
No.
much smaller. Oh, it's nothing. It sucks from that standpoint.
Okay. Because I know they sold it off to like some of the employees or something.
I think yeah. So
But it's been
it's a
probably 10, probably more than 10 years since I've been there.
yeah, it's definitely changed. It's a diminished, but Luke found some cool metal vinyl stuff there. So I'm sure you'd be able to find some things if you went and walked in there or whatever. But
Because Ann Arbor
um
used to have, like, 3 or 4. I don't know if School Kids is still there or
School
the
Kids is
other.
still there. Yep,
Okay.
yep. And then we hit up Encore and then Dearborn Music. And so I found some
Dearborn
things
usually
from
has the craziest amount of
yeah.
shit,
The problem
especially
with
with movies.
Dearborn. Yeah, they have some good stuff there movie wise. The problem with Dearborn is most of their stuff CD wise, metal wise, is new.
Yeah.
So like I don't know. I don't get that excited for new because like honestly I can find new music. You know what I mean? Like that's not the I'm looking for the hidden gem that's used. That's kind of like
hmm
my eternal like that's kind of my drug, if you will, that feeds me a bit. So but it was good. Yeah, we so they do this thing. There's a theater chain that's around Michigan and I think Ohio and Indiana for people in the Midwest called Imagine Theaters. And in July they do free movies for teachers on Wednesdays. So it's pretty cool. So
Nice.
I've been trying to take advantage of that. So we went and saw F1 over. I think we were in Plymouth Canton is where we went. Luke and I went, and then I saw Superman this week for free. So I won't be able to see a movie this week because I'm going to cross country camp. But that final Wednesday of July, I should be able to get Fantastic Four in. So these big tent pole movies that I want to see on big screens. If I don't have to pay for them, you know what? It's
That's
not
the
a
way to
bad
go.
not a bad gig. Buy
Yeah.
myself a cherry vanilla Coke and just sit back and enjoy. You know,
Ah,
I
I
even
always
did
get
some
some
old
pretzel
man.
bites.
Well, I did some old man shenanigans. As a fellow soon to be old man, I snuck in some bit of honeys to Superman and was enjoying this.
Oh, maybe some
Yeah,
Worthest
classic
originals next time.
classic bit of honey. Yeah. I also had Sour Patch Kids, but bit of
Okay.
honey was very
You
old
gotta stay
manish.
extreme somehow.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta. But for people that are somehow stumbling on part three, we have been looking at the Pacific Northwest band Agalloch in the first two parts, and we managed to interview the main songwriter, guitarist, vocalist John Hom and Hunter Ginn, who was a fan of Agalloch, fellow podcaster for Radical Research, and now is the new drummer for Agalloch. And then we also have Joseph Schaefer making one final appearance because we initially launched part one as a crossover with his Northwest
Northwest
Terrorfest.
Terrorfest.
Yeah, that
So
he
who
does.
did they
So
announce who won the
yeah,
tickets?
he did. I had it written down like a month ago, and then
Oh,
we
it's
had so many
fine. The
delays
person
and
already
things like
got it
that.
or they didn't.
Yeah, they got it, and I think unfortunately the person that initially won it and could go had to like back up. So then Schaefer like reached out to me. He was like, "Do you know anyone?" I think he might even posted on our Patreon, Facebook little chat room thing, like, "Hey, is there anyone that wants to go?" And he kind of felt bad because we had initially had a winner and some
Hmm.
people that did it, but that was the fear of doing it that close.
Oh, next time he's gotta get plane tickets in the
That's the
deal as
thing.
well.
I know that's the thing. So I do want to get up there. It sounded like it was a great performance and just a really nice sort of gig there. But yeah, so this is part three. We're going to kind of wrap things up and talk about kind of the later years of Agalloch and a little bit on their legacy. But in terms of catch up stuff, Mark was just mentioning the Repulsion book. I just got back from Greece a couple weeks ago. I take my students overseas, as people know. Um, I don't think I don't think we've recorded since MDF, but MDF in Milwaukee, you and your lady friend, who's also a fellow patron, were in Milwaukee Metal Fest
My
for
baby mama.
Baby Mama. Yeah, my special lady friend. Um,
She's more than a special lady
I,
friend.
I know. I'm just trying to help her conceive.
My
Uh,
fiance.
but you Enslaved in Paradise Lost, right? Is who you guys saw. Was there anyone else you saw up in Milwaukee on that one day that you went to?
Um, Left to Die.
Oh, okay, cool. That's awesome.
And it was in such a small room that we went there and they're having some sound issues. And then we like went out just so it wasn't so packed. And then we went in and at, we could barely even cram in there to see them at that point.
Oh
It's like a
shit.
bar stage or something, but um, the everything sounded pretty good. I hadn't been to a Milwaukee Metal Fest in the Eagles Ballroom since like Jesus, like
98, 90. Well,
98 or 90.
99. You weren't at 98. That
Yeah.
was that was the one Chris and I went to with Emperor.
So there, everything's air conditioned, which is nice. They spent a lot of money on redoing the bathrooms, but for some unexplained reason, everything was 35-minute sets.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Like Paradise Lost played 7 songs, and I was like, "What? What? That's it? Okay, that's it." Then Enslaved, same fucking thing.
Do you think
35
it's like
minutes.
the old Jack Koshnick policy of pay to play for these
No, I mean
smaller bands?
not for those
Not the big
bands.
bands, for the small
Yeah,
bands, and so they were making enough time for those bands that were paying to play. Because
I
that was
don't
the
know
whole.
because um, Josta owns the. For some
Yeah,
reason, he thought he had to buy the name Milwaukee Metal Fest. Like, who cares? Like, just start something new. But
yeah,
um, yeah, it was really weird that that was the case. And then like the upstairs, I think it's the third floor was like the big main stage, which I think Enslaved and Paradise Lost should have been on because both areas were so fucking packed you could barely move.
Who the hell was playing the main stage then?
It was like an
Like Seattle?
SOD cover band. Like we weren't there the whole day. I looked to see what the
Jesus.
times were. So and every band that was playing looked. It wasn't just like a list of bands you've never heard of before. It was all shit people knew what it was. So it wasn't
Yeah.
the pay to play kind of thing. But I don't know if any like the headliners played any longer. But 35 minutes, that's like opening for Iron Maiden kind of level.
Stupid, man.
Yeah.
Well, I can say I had a alternate reality to that when I went to MDF, and I kind of went solo for the most part. I roomed with our buddy Billy and Chris Ayers, who's a old listener, also a former metal podcaster, Metal Urges podcast.
That's true.
But
I still have the t-shirt.
yeah, uh, and so I was kind of solo. So I was mostly hanging out with Albert and Scott Korber. When Paradise Lost, they played all of Draconian in full, and that was, man, that was, talk about it was like the nerd factor in that pit with me, Albert, Scott, and some other people, where we were just like goth kids, like, like screaming like sad lyrics from 1995 at each other.
Yeah.
It was very funny. It was cool. But yeah, this was my favorite MDF I think I've ever been to. And I don't know if
There's
it
no
was
rule
just,
that says you'll cry alone, Jason.
yeah, I know. Oh man, we were having like a gloom pit or something was kind of happening. But yeah, Paradise Lost was great. I got to see Unleashed for the very first time. There was a lot of funeral doom that was there. I was just telling
Oh,
Mark.
that's the first time you ever saw Unleashed?
Yeah, I just had never seen them. It was the
I
weirdest
guess that
thing.
makes they don't
This,
they
yeah,
toured so much in the 90s that I think we probably
never.
took it
Yeah,
for
I never
granted,
caught
but
them
yeah.
when I was young, and I just kind of missed them ever since. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, Skepticism played, Dusk played, who, like I was telling Mark, they fucking killed, and people were really freaking out about how good they were. And it was funny because I didn't even know they had a new record out. When we did the Majesty's record on our Death Doom series, it was just like an anomaly. They were one of those
Mhm.
bands that just put out a single record in the 90s and then kind of disappeared and stuff. So um yeah, Cult of Fire was awesome. I had seen them out in Vegas, but they kind of, I think, melted people's brains with how oppressive they were. Dragged into Sunlight was also like a pretty big highlight. Celtic Frost, I mean, that was fucking killer. Yeah, it was a really, really good time, and I got
It
to
was Triptychon doing Frost, right?
Rubicon doing Frost.
Okay.
Yep. And God, it was cool. I got hung out a lot, like I said, with Scott and Albert and stuff at the Decibel sort of tent, and I was kind of storing my bag there and just kind of checking in and bullshitting with those guys and stuff. And then Scott and I were going off and watching lots of bands. And the day of the Paradise Lost book signing, like Albert was like, "Hey, you want a job?" And I was like, sure, yeah, I guess, I'll help you out. And I think Cynic was about to play, but I just recently seen Cynic down in Detroit with Atheist. So I was like,
Hmm.
yeah, that's fine. I'll help out. And he was like, I need basically somebody to be the line manager for the book signing. I was like, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I run a fucking summer camp and like I'm a cross country coach. I run a classroom. Like this is like, so it was really funny because Albert was super stressed. He's like, you okay? I'm like, dude, this is easy. Like I'm just like
Yeah.
channeling adults and stuff. And it was funny because apparently I looked so like I knew what I was doing to the point where people were like, "Hey, you're the Paradise Lost tour manager, right? Like, where do we go?" And I was like, "No, dude, I am not the Paradise Lost, but I could be, I guess. I don't know." So it was pretty funny, but they were nice to us at the very, very end, like right as their time was up to pose for a quick photo with me because I felt bad. I was like, "Shit, I need to get a photo with these guys," but man,
Absolutely.
it was getting near the end, and I know that they're probably like they don't give a fuck, but they knew you. They knew they're like, oh yeah, Mark and you guys Requiem, so they knew us. They knew you from your artwork and
They're
designs
still
from
using my
shirts and
t-shirt
stuff.
design.
Yeah, so it was cool. So it was like I
But
was kind
also,
of like,
like, you need to go to Jason's Instagram or Facebook and look at, because if you look at other pictures from the session,
uh,
this is a total Paradise Lost move where they tried to look the most annoyed and put out with your photo.
yeah,
And you
I
have
know,
like this big beaming
I
grin,
know.
and
I'm
they
just
look
like,
like these
yeah,
miserable
yep,
bastards.
it was perfect. It was perfect.
It's
Yeah,
awesome. I love
it
it.
was at the very end too. So like they had
Yeah.
been signing
Well,
and
that's
taking photos for
they're
like a
hamming it
full
up
hour
too,
and a
though,
half.
by acting put out
Oh,
too, you
yeah,
know.
they were more than happy to do it
I
and
think they
stuff.
were probably overwhelmed by the response, and
Well, I'll
hopefully
tell you
that
what.
means they're gonna actually do a proper U.S. tour.
When I was staying with you over Fourth of July, we
Hmm.
had this conversation by the campfire, but I'll relay it to our Requiem fans. There was a point where the line was fucking huge, and it was, and again, they needed me in hindsight. Like if
Yeah,
Albert didn't have me, it would have been kind of a
I'm
catastrophe
sure
because,
Albert was surprised too. Yeah.
well, Albert walked up to me and kind of whispered. He goes, "Holy shit, dude, this is way bigger. We might run out of fucking copies of the book." And I was like, "Yeah, this is cool." And then he came over. He goes, and I think I said to him, I said, "Do you think they're paying attention?" He goes, "I fucking hope so. I hope they know that there is a willing audience waiting for them in America. I hope. I
Hmm.
hope it's a time. It's like that bolt thrower time or the dismember time where it's like
Yeah.
if they just it's here, maybe on this new record, we'll see.
I
So
mean, the new record, uh, the new issue of by the time this is out, well, it's already out, so I can talk about it. The new issue of Decibel, the lead review is Paradise Lost for Ascension. They gave it a 9. I
mhm.
would uh, I
Maybe
would
that was 10.
concur. I would give it a 10, honestly. I think it's the best thing they've done. I mean, I think Obsidian is a great record. I think if Walt would have been playing drums on this, it would have been a 10.
Mhm.
But it is so there's nothing more gratifying than one of your favorite bands continuing at album 17 to still be like blowing you away.
Yep.
And
And this is in opposition to our conversation we had about the new Catatonia earlier, which we won't
yes,
we won't replay, but it's
I would
it's
love nothing more
unfortunate.
than Catatonia to just fucking blow my
Blow
socks
my
off.
socks up. That's yeah. It might
But
have to be Anders' version of it someday, but we'll see.
we'll
Anyways,
see. But
not holding your breath.
definitely check this record out. There's 2 singles already. I think it comes out in September. Um, but it is because I didn't really know where they were gonna go, and I was like, are they gonna maybe go back into more of the, they haven't retreaded any gothy stuff, but they did the host record, so do they need to? And they managed to hit like Nick's done. He's doing stuff vocally that he's never done before, which is super interesting to me. So he's not just relying on death metal,
Yeah.
vocals because they're easy. Um, and he's like, oh, we're lazy. We like to, this is fun to do like this. But he pushed himself, which I think is really awesome. And it's a very consistent record. There's bits of like Shades of God, which you never hear anybody talking about. Um, I'm very excited for people to hear the full record. And um,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm always the last Paradise Lost record 5 years ago got me through a divorce. So this one is like a much more joyous occasion.
Yeah. You're
I'm in
like kind
I'm
of
in a
a
good relationship, and I've got a son
year old,
who's
18
unbelievable.
months. Yep.
Yeah. So
Yep. No, so yeah, it was a good time. Milwaukee was. So I wish you guys had been there, but it was it was what it was. The other thing that I did, and this is kind of fun, and then I'll just tell people this, not because of the artist necessarily that you guys would give a shit about, but the technique is I tested a theory out when I went to ACDC in April, which was awesome, by the way. It was really
mhm.
like fucking Angus Slade. I probably talked about it in part two of Agalloch, so I won't retread that. But um, when we were sitting there, ACDC, the guy I was with, who you saw Kiss with, Mark, he's a
Mhm.
fellow teacher. He was like, I'm kind of curious what ticket prices for ACDC are going for right now for the show, like if they've dropped significantly. And he was like, whoa. He goes, wow, right as the ACDC was starting, floor seats had dropped by like 75%. And he's like, damn, if we had waited, we could have fucking. I was like, yeah, but you're gambling on that. I'm like, so
Yeah.
it planted a seed in my brain. And so right before I left for Greece, it was a few days before, um, I wanted to see Kendrick Lamar. And so I met up with a buddy of mine in Detroit. We got some food at a pizza place, got some drinks, and I waited for the show to start and was like, I'm not going to pay the prices that, that they were demanding, but
Out
I
of
was like, I'm
curiosity,
going to
what are
gamble.
the prices they're demanding?
Well, like for like nosebleeds, it was probably like 200 at that point because it was completely sold out. It sold out like in a day.
What was the venue?
It was not Little Caesars, Ford Field. So it was completely sold out. And the
That's
floors
like
were like
50,000.
5 or 6 people. Oh yeah, he's selling out all of Europe right now. Like I mean, like I'll say it till I'm broken. He's the most important artist like of this era right now, just doing like significant like things. But so I was like, man, Kendrick's like at peak right now. He just played the Super Bowl. He just released this incredible record. He just fucking just literally destroyed Drake's career, which is awesome because Drake sucks. And
Fucking
so
Canadians,
yeah, exactly, fucking Canadians. Um, but
except for one.
except for one, yeah, she's cool. But was I going to say? Oh, so I was like, I'll just gamble. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. I'm just down in Detroit having dinner with a friend. And so Austin was there with me and he's like, I'm not going to go, but I'll sit here. He's like, I want to see this game being played. And so we're sitting there getting drinks and I'm just kind of keep refreshing, keep refreshing. And there was one nosebleed seat that went like low all of a sudden. It was like 110. And I was like, woo. And he's like, we kind of were like, nosebleeds. Let's wait out. And then it was like a half hour of nothing. And I was like, shit, I screwed up. That was my chance. I fucked up. I gave it till like 8:30 because the concert had started at like 7, doors open or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want to miss so much of it that it's not going to be worth it. And so I'm like, I'm cutting off at 8:30, and at 8:24 basically, like 10 minutes later, a floor seat dropped for like 145, which had gone down basically 300 and something dollars. And I just was like, boom, just
Jesus.
fucking pulled the punch. So I was like seventh row for Kendrick. He was like right there.
What's the
It was
what app are you
incredible.
using for this?
StubHub maybe was what it was. Yeah, probably StubHub.
So it's
So
like a resale thing.
resale. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Because everybody bought up the tickets, and you just
Yeah.
got to imagine, like at a certain point, somebody's gonna panic because they're like, I'm gonna eat this. Either I make some money or I'm making no money, and I just
Yeah.
ate fucking $500. So you're playing. It's like kind of gambling. It was quite an adrenaline rush, and so. It was nice because Austin just dropped me off, so I didn't have to worry about parking. Although I had to leave my car in Midtown, and so I went, uh, went into, I just fucking ran in because the show had started like a half hour. So I'm just like running. And then I'm like, I need to get here. I show them the ticket. They're like, well, you got to get a wristband for the floor. You have to get a wristband. So I'm like, where the fuck's that? So I'm just running all over the place like a crazy person. And then I just fucking got there and was just super pumped. And then afterwards, I checked like the Ubers and things, and it was going to be like 45 minutes, and they were like $40. So I was like, man, my car's like 2 miles away, but I'm like, I'll just like walk far enough away that maybe I can get a cheaper Uber that's like
Hmm.
closer to like maybe like the Magic Stick or a little bit north of that. So I'll just walk
Yeah.
down Woodward for a bit. And I checked, and it's still going to be a half hour. So then I was like, fuck it. And I just rented a scooter, one of those like fucking sidewalk scooters. And I rode it all the way to my car at Midtown.
What's
And
that? What's that cost? Like $10?
oh, it was like $8 and it was great. And I was like, this is amazing. I just saved
Perfect.
so much money doing this.
Then you
So it
can
was,
just throw it in the river when you're done with it too.
no, I didn't do that. But yeah, you could if you're an asshole. But
When I lived in Hamtramck, which is a little hamlet inside of Detroit, um, people they drive those things up from Midtown, leave them in Hamtramck, and just throw them fucking
oh,
everywhere.
Jesus Christ, that's
God, it's
brutal.
just they're just like in the middle of the road, like,
A waste, man. God. I mean, when we were teenagers, we did dumb shit like that too. But man, it's just
and like Belle
a
Isle,
lot of
they'd
effort.
throw them into the fucking Detroit River, and like, I, I don't know how you can rent. I mean, I guess you're not the people renting them, but people see them sitting around and they just fucking throw them in the trash or, smash them or whatever the fuck they're doing with them. But
Hey,
I'm
man,
glad
it
that it
was a,
actually helped you out. That's
it
great.
was a hero for the night for me, so it was good.
That's
But
great.
so as right before we get into Agalloch, just a few other kind of quick little news tidbits. We got 3 new patrons: Camila Chavis, Zach LaPlante, and Ross Trotter, all signed up a couple weeks ago in June.
All
So we
great names.
appreciate them. Yeah, all great names that I can pronounce for once. So that's
There you
nice.
go.
And then a listener and one of my former students who went to the Decibel tour as one of my guests because Mark couldn't make it down for that. But Matt
Oh, the
Keats,
one we sponsored.
yeah, the one we sponsored.
Yep.
He has created a template because we've had a lot of requests for this, and this is probably something you don't care at all about, and that's fine.
Hmm.
But he created a Requiem Metal Discord site for us. And I haven't launched it yet, but I'm gonna maybe do that tomorrow for our patrons on Facebook. And if it works and people like it, but Discord's essentially, I don't know much about Discord, but they're very popular, especially with younger people. But it's essentially like a private room for us and for Requiem
This,
fans to go to talk and have discussions and share music and shit. I don't know.
yeah,
So
it's a more what I understand, more open. I don't know if it's open source or not, but it's not like you don't have to adhere to the rules of, YouTube or Facebook
yeah,
or Instagram or any of that kind of shit. So
yeah. So that's cool. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know how much
it's a more
I'll hang out
fringe
there.
thing.
I feel like people are into it and people want it, and I'll share that information with people. Maybe we'll give it to the patrons for a while first, and let them sort of create the community, I guess,
Sure,
that
if
they
that's
want.
something that people
Yeah,
are into, I'm not on
yeah,
anything really.
yeah. No,
I'm on Instagram, but I don't really even follow that very much anymore. So
but no, if people, people have more time than you and I are a little bit younger and are looking for that, that's great because I think,
yeah,
we have a lot of people, a lot of our patrons and stuff use our patron Facebook page and talk to each other and share music and share playlists and articles, and it
it's the
just
most
sort of,
positive place on the internet.
yeah, it's very like it's just a nice place, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
I've never
everyone's
seen
really like,
anybody like
yeah,
want to kill each other on
no,
there.
it's very nice. So it's another good reason for you to become a patron because you will have
Exactly.
access to these things along with some special episodes. I talked to Mark about trying to get some things up soon, maybe. He's been very busy with the book, and it's been hard enough to do our normal episodes. So we haven't really had time to slot in for something, but maybe we'll talk off mic, and maybe we'll be able to do something later in the summer, something very quick that we don't have to do research for, that can just be kind of fun. But yeah, so we do appreciate all the support for the people I know. We haven't been able to give you a lot of bonus things lately, but hopefully the bonus is that we're doing this amazing thing. We do all this research and we put a lot of time and energy into getting the interviews and getting this edited and out there for you guys to as a preservation of metal history. And hopefully if you want to support us, go to patreon.com / Requiem podcast and sign up. You don't have to, $5 a month, $10 a month. It's like with inflation now, that's not very much money. So
You get an oat milk latte at Big B Coffee, which is a regional chain,
yes.
$7.20. So
Yep. Yep.
if this has blown your skirt up a little bit, then throw us something
Weird
because
about like,
if anything, we're every month I pay for um, Zoom, the pro version of Zoom. There's multiple different, and we're paying for a independent um, podcasting host that
yeah,
puts up all of our stuff. We are not making money on this by any stretch of the imagination. You are just helping offset that just a little bit. You're putting a little bit more food into my son's mouth instead of me
I had
taking it out
to
of him.
I had to order 3 records, I think, for this episode. So money out of my pocket just to do
There you
this
go.
episode the right way. And I did get some really positive feedback from people. They said that the new microphone on my end sounds very good. And that was something I paid for with Patreon money that I got. So
Wonderful.
um, yeah. So again, it's just trying to upgrade some things for you guys to give us, give you the best episodes as humanly possible. So hopefully we'll be getting the Requiem Discord up for the Patreons and all that kind of good stuff. So again, appreciate it. So
So
um
one more thing I want to bring up real quick is nothing I hate more than cancer, and it seems like this has become unfortunately something much too common for people that are very young. Um, but Nate Garrett from Spirit Adrift, his wife has stomach cancer right now. They're doing a GoFundMe.
oof.
If you could go and just look up help Nicole, his wife Nicole. If you could, they're doing a GoFundMe right now to try to help with treatment. He's selling off instruments and a bunch of other stuff too, but unfortunately, this is like seems to be a much too common occurrence.
Yeah.
Um, but I've done a album cover for them, and he's a real good guy. I would if you could afford a couple bucks, I know it would go to a good cause. So unfortunately, this is all too common in the modern age, um, to have
Well,
to
if you send me the
talk about
link
this stuff.
too,
But
We can put it up on different
I'll
all the
put it, yeah,
social
maybe
media
I'll put it
stuff.
up on the Mighty Raven Dark
Yeah.
um, Facebook. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up that it's already, I think, almost half of what they're asking for right now. But just people, because I think he's at least a good 10, 15 years younger than me. And it's just, it fucking breaks my heart to see families dealing with this kind of shit all the time. So it's, we'll throw it up there. But
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a shame.
yeah,
Sorry to hear that. Um, well, I think we should talk about Agalloch for a moment here.
who?
Yeah, Agalloch. Yeah,
Like a
they're a
who?
band. Like a who? Yeah. Um, so what you heard at the beginning was the sort of first full song. There's a little introduction that starts off Marrow of the Spirit. But then when Into the Painted Gray really sort of kicks in, you're hearing a more aggressive approach than what we've heard on the previous couple records. Definitely more of the black metal part of the black gaze is coming out here, and Marrow of the Spirit, especially in this song. And the arrival of Asap Decker from Ludacra, who's coming in with a much more almost DIY, punk, hardcore, and metal, more traditional sort of stuff. So he's kind of bringing a different approach, which is kind of cool because all of the guys in the band have different ingredients. Don's more the technical guitar player, John's the feel guy, Jason's the guy that's really into Mr. Bungle and a lot of the experimental sort of stuff. And then you throw kind of Ace up into the mix, and you got a pretty interesting formula here. And you can tell right away from that thunderous opening of the drums that this is kind of an awoken band, from Ashes, which was a little bit more subdued. And in the part two, John talked a lot about how unhappy they were with the production of that record, and they're gonna do something really interesting with Marrow in terms of production. And we'll talk about how, in a lot of ways, they probably went too far the other way. But then that's kind of something John is reflective of at this point too. But
Yeah.
a lot of minor chord dissonant atmosphere. It's a sort of perfect blending of the atmosphere world and the black world, the black metal world. The riffs, very Bathory kind of riffs aplenty, and there's a riff even that would sound not out of character from the Sounds of Decay Catatonia EP, which is something we were kind of talking about a little bit earlier,
Definitely
and then
some catatonia on the DNA here.
yeah, yeah. And then you get the kind of triumphant Agalloch section in the middle stretch and things like that. And that's where ASAP kind of really gets to sort of have fun with the kind of marching, kind of drum, little like back and forth thing that they do sort of in the middle of the song. So
Hmm.
it's it's definitely in a way announces like kind of a new version of Agalloch, that this is going to be not the Godspeed You Black Emperor kind of, atmospheric part of the mantle, but this is a band that's got some teeth again a little bit. And that probably caught people off guard at first. I know it caught me off guard. I was like, whoa, um, they're back. They're, and not that they were ever gone, but it was like, it's kind of like when Paradise Lost did like Plague Within. You're like, whoa, all right, here we go. Like I liked
Yeah.
the records before, but this is like something has kind of leveled up a little bit here. So, what was your initial? Because you revealed to me, I think in part two, and this kind of blew my mind that you have not listened to this era of Agalloch before, correct? Before doing these episodes, you kind of missed this
No, I
album.
think I think Pill. I think the mantle was the last thing I heard.
Yeah, I remember you saying that, which was pretty mind blowing because we were talking about this record when we were doing the podcast in the early years, especially when we did like the best of 2010s. I know we played a song from it, but I just kind of
Yeah.
assumed that you were just kind of listen to it the same way I was, I suppose. But it was kind of interesting. So,
I
what's your
think it.
initial take on some of it? I suppose for this song or just the
I mean, I'm
vibes of
glad.
Marrow.
I'm glad to hear the it's the Ulverisms are lessened. Like they're
Mm,
they're they're kind of coming into their own.
yeah,
Just like Catatonia, it took them a while to figure out exactly what they were going to do. Like what is their sound?
yeah,
And I feel that Agalloch had that for quite a while, trying to figure out exactly what they are, and not being um, kind of not redundant. Redundant's not
Redundant's
the
maybe the
right
right
word.
word, maybe.
Maybe,
No?
yeah.
Yeah.
All of their influences were on their sleeve, and you could hear them. And when they start integrating it a little bit more, I think that's when they kind of become more of a band and not just I don't know because with I mean they're not even that they're still a fairly old band at this point.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking in like 90s terms, but um, like they're still like they're probably at this point what fourth kind of tier of this type of music. But they spent a fair amount of their early career sounding a lot like other bands. And I think this is where they first kind of start to come into their own a little bit.
Yeah, like kind of spread their, I mean, the Mantle was such like an important record for them to like, spread their wings, I suppose, but they were still, I think in a lot of ways trying to find like a balance of, their influences with their, their metal influences, with their non-metal influences, with their neo-folk influences. And so
Hmm.
it's like for as experimental as that record was, and it was pretty mind-blowing at the time, especially for an American, band to be doing that stuff. Yeah,
Well, they were
maybe.
definitely an anomaly in that aspect for
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. And I guess maybe Marrow's where they settle in a little bit more comfortably. It helps that they have a drummer that in a lot of ways is aligned with them. Not that Chris
Yeah.
Green was a bad drummer, but he was kind of just a buddy of John's, and I don't think he couldn't pull us some of the things off live, and there were some kind of problems there that I'll read about here in a second from Daniel Lake's book in a moment. But yeah, Aesop was a metal warrior, right? Ludacris was an established
Hmm.
band, and he was playing in some other kind of things, so he knew that scene. He was kind of coming from a different place than those other guys. He was a Cali guy, and some of that. So. I want to read this. This is the only really resource that I'll use this episode is this U.S. black metal book that Daniel Lake sort of put out, and we looked at it in part one and part two. And this is the Agalloch chapter, and he says, in response to the glittery shine of Ash's production, Marrow was specifically designed to sound dirtier, as Don Anderson puts it with a quote. It says, "Let's only play on old vintage gear. Let's use tube amps again. We always had a movie in our heads wherever we were writing and recording. At the time, John was getting heavily into Eastern European cinema, and particularly what's recently been coined as slow cinema or contemplative cinema, stuff like Tarkovsky, but also this one film called Werkmeister Harmonies by Bellatar. These are very long films and they rely on single takes, so a lot of crane shots and no edits. It's a lot of real time filming. It's so beautiful and existentially intense. He turned me onto that film, and the film was in our heads the whole time. That was always a point of reference. And we were also like, let's come out vicious. If Agalloch were to do a vicious record, what would it sound like? And that's where songs like Into the Painted Gray came from. Let's start off with a blast. That song's still very melodic and has hooky melodies. We couldn't shake that. We weren't going to turn into Marduk after all. But, you
Not
know,
that that's a bad thing, but yeah.
no, but I think
But
that
we
they
already
know
have
who they
Marduk.
are. Yeah, they know who they are. And I think they're just but I think they kind of set out with this idea of like Ashes was too soft, it was too polished. Let's just fucking blow the socks off and let's go like full organic and things. And John's going to talk about that in some of the interviews, like some of the different equipment they use and their techniques and things like that, and how it was maybe too far in that direction, but they're still kind of finding that equilibrium of what they want to sort of become. And you know, they didn't feel like Ashes was recorded correctly, and so they were like, if we make this more cult sounding, Marrow of the Spirit, this will sort of bring us back to maybe our origin points. It'll be more like a pale folklore kind of record, where it's got like you can hear some of the warts in the music a little bit, which
Yeah.
is kind of part of the black metal spirit, in a lot of ways.
It's funny that I don't, for some reason, I don't ever associate Agalloch with black metal.
I think it's because they talks. I guess it's how much do you associate Ulver with black metal, and I think Ulver's so left of center of black metal. But I think when I was learning about black metal, Ulver was introduced to me along with Emperor at the same time.
Hmm.
So even though Ulver very quickly deviated from that after the third record, I've always like thought of those early Over records as quintessentially black metal, but they were pretty weird back then even. You know what I mean? Like
Oh
they
yeah.
weren't normal black metal even, in 95,
Well,
94.
I think like another thing I've kind of come to not come to terms with, but come to understand a little more is that Agalloch was like the basically the precursor to Death Heaven
Oh, 100%. And Alcest. Yes.
and Alcest. Yeah, like
Yep.
that's not a scene I'm really follow that well or
Mhm.
very closely, and it makes nothing but sense.
Yep.
Like, but I just never I associated well, they had like some Ulverisms, but I always thought that they were. I guess I focus more on the kind of doomy catatonia, kind of
It's
dissonant
that part's
stuff
there. Yep. Yep. That part's always, and
more.
that was what initially attracted us. But I
Yeah.
think you're right. They're not a black metal band. They would never say they were a black metal band, but
Well, they do have
that's
a
what
lot of black metal elements.
they have black metal. Yeah. They've got catatonia. They got dark tranquility elements. They
A
do
lot of them,
they have neurosis
especially
elements that are going to
early
really start
Dark
to come in.
Tranquility. Yeah.
So it's like they've always just been Agalloch kind of, and that's kind of what I like about them is there is a singularity to them in that like you kind of just know Agalloch when you hear it, and that's cool because
Yeah.
like not everyone can do that. You know, like neurosis, you just kind of know neurosis, no matter what weird shit they're doing. It's like, oh, okay, this is neurosis. Okay, like,
Well,
yeah,
Catatonia did the same thing where they were, they started out kind of black metal-ish,
yeah.
and then they kind of figured out like, okay, we like the sad guitar. What are we gonna do? And like they, created their own career. But the first, the first record is just, it's not really emblematic of anything else they ever did. It almost feels more like a Venom, like a lost Venom record or something weird. Um,
It's a Bathory record. The whole
yeah,
thing was Twilight of the Gods is what they were
yeah.
listening to when they wrote that first, Catatonia.
So
And I
like
mean,
I feel that there's a very similar kind of aspect with Agalloch where they're trying to figure things out, but they didn't. I don't know if they didn't give themselves enough credit, where they hung on to their stalwarts a little too much, and when they could have gone off on their own and done just as well. But I don't know. But as an American band of that era to sound European was very unheard of.
I think what's really interesting you bringing up kind of early Catatonia is, and John will mention this in one of the interview clips where he goes on a pretty substantial Catatonia rant, but he goes like the title track for Funerals to Come is basically like he's like that is like the big bang for Agalloch. That song, that
Yeah.
EP, like that was like when he heard that, he's like, "This is what I want a band to sound like, whatever this is." And I don't really know what Catatonia is at that point, right? They're kind of like melodic and doomy and blacky, and it's like all
Hmm.
these things, And I think so that's his origin point. And I think I get it because I remember when I was young and in early high school and I was like playing with the idea of like, learning an instrument and forming a band. And I remember hearing like In on the Kill Taker from Fugazi. And it was such a weird record. And I was like, I've never heard a record that sounds like this, but if I had a band, I'd want it to sound like this. Whatever this is.
Yeah.
It's kind of punk. It's kind of not. It's kind of got like catchy elements. It's got screamy elements. It's all these things that I like about music all on one record. But if you ask me what genre, I don't think I even understood what post punk or, whatever you want to call Fugazi or whatever.
Well,
But like,
genre is always a
yeah,
problematic thing with
exactly. And we
bands.
as historians, we do talk about it a bit, but
Yeah.
yeah, categorization is, death, but it's also important to us. It's like a double-sided, sword. But anyways, so I get it, like I think you and I have been drawn sometimes to bands that are uncategorizable. I think that's
Hmm.
always been an appealing thing as a band that surprises you, and is
Well, and a band that
unpredictable.
grows with you.
Yep. 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 Paradise Lost did that. Anathema did that for a while. Catatonia did that for a while.
Hmm.
A lot of those bands, they were the same age as us. And so as they were cycling through influences, they were absorbing those, and we were also absorbing new things. I mean, I think that's why I said, like, I think Agalloch reminds me of like if you, me, and Chris had formed a band, like it probably would have sounded like Agalloch in a weird way because like they were listening to all the same shit we were. You know, they had a few influences that we didn't, and vice versa. We would have had some other things they didn't, but I think like they were watching the same movies as us, you know, especially you and I as film nerds, like they were geeking out about that stuff. And so it's
Yeah, we
weird.
were pushing the like I don't think I didn't want everything to sound like what I expected it to be. Like we were drawn to
Except for
stuff
like Bolt
that
Thrower, Dismember. Yeah, there was some bands you
there was some
wanted to be
stuff,
that way,
but
you know.
also like those records were so you know few and far between as far as how often they would come out.
Mm,
Like there's those bands that like Bolt Thrower is like a it's like my fucking heartbeat or something, It's like something that's like ingrained and is always there. But then you want that like other part of your brain that's always kind of like pushing and going outward to, greater understand things. And
yeah,
I don't ever want somebody to think that I'm just this one thing. I'm not
yeah.
I'm not just this guy that likes metal or fucking collects toys or comic books or like I want to be more than, the sum of my parts.
Well, you and I and a lot of the people we hang out with, we love the idea of containing multitudes, right? That's just
Yeah,
who we are, you know.
exactly.
Um, and and I think a lot of the musicians we respect the most are the same. You know, I mean, I
Hmm.
think like the reason why I was drawn to Catatonia in my early college years is, you know, doing interviews where we just talked about Jeff Buckley and Nick Drake, and it was like, okay, these guys are they're aligned with where we're at. You know, they're also
Exactly.
discovering these guys, and they're not just listening to. Whereas I felt like a lot of the American metal bands, not including Agalloch, but they were like those guys were only listening to metal. Not
Hmm.
that there's anything wrong with it, but it just showed, you know, in a lot of ways. Not all of them. I'm not saying every American metal band in the 90s was doing that, but
But
it just
there
it
was
felt
a very, I think, distinct difference between European influence and American, like as far as
better.
bands are concerned.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of there's not like Incantation has always been Immolation's another, you know, Tion band, but they have always known what they were and they
Hmm.
pushed too far outside that, but they've always been, creative and like done really great catchy records. But there was something about the European aesthetic where they were willing to just at a the drop of a dime to do something completely different than what anybody would expect. Entomb did that, Carcass did that.
Sure.
I mean, there's countless bands that Paradise Lost, Catatonia, My Dying Bride. Like, there's
I
a
think you see
definitely.
it too. There's like a confluence in a lot of the popular culture with that too, metal and like film too, because
Hmm.
when we were young kind of film students, like European cinema was like synonymous with art house cinema. It was like
Yes.
one and the same, you know,
Hmm.
and it was like, oh, if you were going to watch a European film, it was going to be like weird, you know, or it was going to challenge you and stuff. And I think that was the appeal of both European metal and European movies and other things. And, you know, I've spent a lot of time traveling through Europe and there's a lot of, you know, unique cultural things going on there because there's a melting pot of different languages and different approaches and it's all kind of happening at the same time and that in such a small space. You know, Europe's quite a small continent for a lot
Yeah.
of really interesting turbulent activity that's always going on. And you know, the long historical roots of Western culture and civilization and classical music and folk music and all these things that, you know, are ingrained there that are just different than when you come to America where everything's very new and um transitory in a lot of ways, you know, because we
Well,
are
yeah. I mean,
transitory people
yeah.
and so it's
We're like America is Coca-Cola. Big popcorn movies. Like we have some very stupid, basic aspects of ourselves, but I feel like we were much more drawn to be challenged. And I don't think everybody like I think most people like to have, of course, this is a blanket statement, but most people I think like to have some type of certainty and under like every year we go here for vacation because this is what we've done. Like I always want my all of my core values to be shaken a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's not what most people want to do.
Oh,
And I think
most people are
that's,
looking for comfort. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Like everybody wants to have their hamburger at this place they go to every year with their parents or grandparents or whatever. And like, I want all of my ideas to be shaken to the core on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And
No, I think
that's not mass market for
no,
most
no.
things.
Well, it's interesting you bring this up, and this naturally occurred. I didn't expect this to, but this is the serendipitousness of why we do the podcast. But the very first John and Hunter thing that you'll hear when we before we go to our next set of music is literally the conversation where we talk about this idea of pretentiousness in European influenced music. So
Hmm.
that's I can't plan these things, Mark. Sometimes they just kind of happen. So I'm like looking at them, like, yeah, that's the first little interview segment they're going to hear is where we talk about that. But yeah, and so that's kind of where Agalloch are at. And one of the other things is that the band is leaving the End Records, and they kind of felt like the End was not really the label that was moving in the same direction that they want it to, and they got to the point where they were fairly financially stable. They were starting to actually make a little bit of money right before Marrow.
Hmm.
Not where they could like quit their jobs and do the band all the time, but where they could kind of they wanted to be more autonomous and independent. And so they were looking for like a label that would kind of just allow them to do that. And that's where they kind of stumble on profound lore.
Hmm.
And that allows them to sort of just make whatever record they want and not be told that they have to do this or that or whatever. But they have a drummer problem. And so I'd like to address the drummer problem with a little excerpt from Daniel Lake's book where he kind of talks about where ASAP comes in the band and some of the stuff kind of going on there. Um, he says, this is Daniel. He says, everyone in the band describes the firing of Chris Green as an obvious choice to make beyond his inability to play certain styles. Green was having trouble keeping parts of the song straight during live performances, but also a difficult situation to navigate personally. Like Hom, Anderson sees the moment as a tipping point in the band's career together. Quote, John and Chris were very close, and I think you can draw a straight line from this moment to the breakup. So Agalloch found themselves again without a live drummer, but further touring opportunities began to crop up. Walton and Anderson worked to solve that problem by contacting one of their most connected drummers they knew, Ludacris Aesop Decker. Decker had been an Agalloch fan already. Quote, that was the Aquarius connection, he says. I went into Aquarius Records one day, and Andy Connors says, here's this band. They're from Portland, and they sound like Over in Catatonia. Oh my God, sign me up for that. So I went home and listened to Pal Folklore and was like, this is fantastic. At that time, Portland was not the cool, arty, liberal town it's known for now. It was loggers and meth. It was not cute or quaint. It was kind of a sad Rust Belt type city. For them to come out of that, and it made sense to me. Portland's rainy and cold. It's Europe. I thought they did such an amazing job. But Decker got a sour first impression of the guys, however, when they played the same show and Agalloch loaded out of the venue while Ludacris were on stage. And what Anderson now calls, Don Anderson, the guitarist, he says, the worst faux pas. Decker easily forgave the young men's era. Jason wrote me a couple days later, I'm so sorry. We didn't know what we were doing. We really love your record. So the next time Ludacris played in Portland, they all came and brought us gifts, and we decided they were the sweetest, classiest guys. So when Agalloch needed a live drummer, Decker got the call. Decker remembers the ask. He said, Jason wrote me. He says, could you send me a tape of you playing our songs? I said, Portland's an hour flight away. I could come up and we could actually just start rehearsing and see if it works. It was really good right off the bat. Quote, he showed up at our house with a gift for every member in the band and for my kids and my wife, says Walton. We got into the rehearsal space and we didn't know what to do. None of us had been in a bunch of bands with rotating members. Auditioning people? I never done that in my life. Agalloch was based on the friendship of us three. Bringing in new people is such a weird concept. We asked him, what songs do you know? He says, I know all of them. John said, okay, let's play Dead Winter Days. We were assuming that it would take a few tries to get through and we'd have some pointers for him. He just played it front to back. Then we threw out another song, no problems whatsoever. He's a metal drummer and he's really good and he was a fan and knew the songs. Working with someone like ASAP was a total game changer. Don Anderson says he brought the band up to the next level. He was the kick in the pants we needed. He knew his shit. You wouldn't know it that he was from a punk background because he could do all the blast beats and double kick. For all of Decker's expertise behind the kit, one of Halm's reservations about continuing the band was due to his reservations about the way his style fit the band. Aesop, quote, Aesop improved our live shows, definitely from that point on, but he played such a tiny drum set compared to what I had recorded the albums on. When I recorded Pale Folklore and The Mantle and Ashes, I was playing a 9-piece drum set with 4 rack toms, 2 floor toms, double bass, and tons of cymbals. I used every single piece of that drum set. Aesop plays a 4-piece punk kit. There's certain things you can't do. You can't replicate what you don't have the drums to do. He's a great drummer, but I don't think he was the right drummer. So Mark, I'm gonna pause for a second. Explain to me
Mhm.
the difference because you play drums. Like what is he talking about here with this 9 kit versus a 4 kit? Does that make sense to you? Kind of like what the problem might be in terms of transferring their music over or
I mean, it would just be the amount of probably the amount of toms. Like, if you're gonna play a four-piece kit, that's gonna be a snare, kick. I I might sound very naive. 2 toms. With that, I think the piece count usually refers to the drums and not the cymbals, but I could be completely wrong. Um,
I don't know.
but it's like what look at what Nick McBrain did in early Iron Maiden when he started, as opposed to X Factor. You know, when you go with like you have 6 rototoms and you can do all these big like the Neil Peart kind of thing, which is he's the exception to the rule. He's the guy that used all those pieces.
Yeah.
Um, but I think that it might just be down to um, somebody used to more using more because you can do the same shit on most kits. Even like not that Lars has kind of gone down the toilet in the last 30 years, but at one point he was a very experimental, interesting drummer, and he
Yeah.
had a larger kit back in like Injustice era. And now, if you see any, have you seen Metallica live?
Yeah, I saw him in Chicago, Soldier Field.
Okay, and so he's probably still playing where he might have a double kick, but he's got 2 toms, snare, maybe 5 cymbals tops, but he's not sounding anywhere close to what he used to sound like on
He's like Justice.
the
Yeah.
early records or something where like it probably comes down to I'm probably overthinking this, but it probably just comes down to um, the aesthetic of are you used to doing more with less, or do you have to have all
Yeah.
this to make it make sense?
So Don Anderson, he in the book he says Anderson tries to clarify the difficulty of fully integrating Decker's performance into Agalloch's framework. He says John always wanted a more technical drummer, more precise, like a dissection drummer, kind of what you hear with his post Agalloch band Pelorian. Really, Aesop
He
would
wants
surf
Oli
too.
Oman.
Oh yeah, Oleoman. Aesop would surf too much, as we'd say. He'd play different fills every night, and John's not a technical guitar player, so he relies on predictability a lot. But Anderson and Walton were both excited about Aesop's position behind the kit and how he could enhance the band's sound. Aesop was by far the best thing that ever happened to Agalloch, Walton exclaims. That's no offense to Chris, but once Aesop came on board, not only did it help the records, but our live performance was instantly 10 times better. That was nothing to do with the three of us. It was purely Aesop. Aesop is a drummer's drummer, Anderson enthuses. He's not a drum machine. He plays with heart. It's hard to be a stringed instrument and play with someone who can shift tempo, not because they're bad, but because they're a human being and they have feelings. If you can surf with that, it's a wonderful thing to hear a band play when there's a connection. I felt that with Aesop, and I know Aesop did. I don't think John did. So little foreshadowing of things to sort of come. But
Yeah,
so
I mean that makes sense because with I've never been I've never been in a band that had a name, but I played with a lot of people before, and I mean it's just like being in a relationship. It's a very specific kind of thing. Like if you guys aren't vibing or you're not, you know, things aren't working, it's very difficult.
Mhm.
But with what it sounds like with Decker, like he sounds like he was a pretty nimble guy. and he could throw a lot of other options. Because I find it boring to play, like even playing, like doing band, like a band practice where we might have three songs that we came up with. Um, do I play all the fills the same every single time? Like that's kind of boring. Like I want to keep challenging myself and doing, I just get bored doing the same thing all the time.
Yeah.
So I could totally see where, um, like, because John was, you know, he was the drummer originally,
Yeah.
but yeah, in the way that, you know, that Jonas from Catatonia was the drummer. Like it was out of probably kind of out of necessity because nobody else could do it. And it worked for the stuff they did originally, but you know, at this point, to have somebody that can actually kind of give you options of, hey, we could do this, we could do this. I can change up, you know, the tempo here. Like every night could be a little bit different. And to somebody who is really into, I think John, similarly to myself, or somebody who probably works better on his own, and he knows what he wants and he knows what he expects, and having that kind of like variety might have made it difficult for him.
Throwing them off a bit.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
get
think he
that.
works better as an only, you know, I'm the sole runner of this show kind of thing.
Well, before we dive into Marrow of the Spirit, we got to be kind of consistent with our three episode pattern, and so we want to talk about the influences for this era of Agalloch. We've done it in part one and part two, and I realized that I wrote John last week because we didn't get too much into the weeds in the recorded interview. He kind of mentioned Thule and Krautrock and Lunar Aurora in passing examples, but I didn't really like follow up with him when he mentioned them real quick. So I
Hmm.
just decided to write him and be like, dude, we're about to record part three. And I kind of just wanted to know like what you guys were thinking about with these last few records, like what you were kind of listening to, what you're driving for, and that sort of thing. So here's what he wrote back. It's pretty short, but he said, for Marrow the Spirit, we were listening to a lot of dark prog bands like Thule, Argonos, Trodgard, Pasternoster, and Anasfald Tredze. So like these are all like kind of newer dark prog things. I don't know much about them. I'll talk about Thule in a moment.
Hmm.
He says, I don't know about Don specifically, but I know he's a Neurosis fan, so I think that was starting to become an influence. And then he said for Faustian Echoes, that was just us trying to make an old school black metal album in the vein of Lunar Aurora. And then he said for Serpent was much more of the same krautrock and cosmic music. Lots of stuff like Tangerine Dream, Popol Vuh, Klaus Schultz, as well as some modern stuff like Uno Hetrex, Point Nevers, and Emeralds. There was a considerable rhythm section influence from New Model Army on that album. Also, he wrote those were the extra flavors, John. So, um, a lot of that stuff I didn't know a lot about, So I kind of poked around. I did find one of the bands he mentioned there for modern kind of cosmic krautrock kind of music was called Ona Hetrix Point Never. And I was like, huh. So I went on Spotify to like look them up and I realized, oh shit, I kind of know these guys. They did the film score soundtracks for Uncut Gems and Good Times, which were the Safdie brothers did both those movies.
Yeah.
Um, and then they recently did, and this is an interesting conversation that probably no one expected us to have, and it's not much of a conversation, it's just an aside. But he was the guy that worked with The Weeknd on one of his records. And it was the record that I've actually heard some songs from. And I was like, this is really interesting. The Weeknd's doing like synthwave. Like it's actually like cool. I don't really care about The Weeknd that much. He's got a fine voice, but like as a songwriter, whatever, it doesn't matter. But I
Yeah.
was like, this is really interesting. And that's because basically he worked with this Ona Hetrix Point Never band and they did the whole record. I was
Hmm.
like, this is really fascinating. And then I checked out Emeralds too, because I was like, and they're pretty cool. So, anyways, those are the three bands, or those are the three albums that we'll be sort of covering. And so that's kind of what John said they were kind of listening to. So I thought, we'd just do a quick little cross spread of some of the things that were inspiring Agalloch on their kind of final era of the band. Um,
Or is
and
it?
so, what's that?
Or is it?
Or is it? Well, yeah, we'll get to that. Um, so Thule is we're gonna play a song called Aeventyr from their Frostbrent Frostbent or Frostbrent. I gotta double check on that one.
Frostbrent.
Yeah, I think it is Brent. Okay.
Yeah, not
From
not bent.
1993. And besides being an ancient mythical island in the Greek and Roman literature, it's apparently the northernmost island. They're also a Norwegian prog band formed in 1983. And actually recently listened to a Radical Research episode with Hunter, of course, who we'll hear from in this episode, and also a friend of the podcast, Jeff Wagner. If you
Hmm.
don't listen to Radical Research, it's a great. They go down more of the weird, progressive sort of stuff. Um, but they actually did an episode where they brought John from Agalloch on to talk about his love of Thule. And I listened to it before I left for Greece, and I was mowing the lawn listening to it. And I loved the episode so much that I actually ordered two Thule records that I found on Discogs. And this is all before John's email, which is really fascinating. So like I kind of been getting into Thule, and it's really John is like the biggest Thule fan in the world, and they're a really interesting. It's like Porcupine Tree, right? Like a modern prog is like interesting because they don't really fit anywhere, and they started as like a metal punk band, and then they kind of drift it into prog and stuff. But
I think there's definitely some Beyond Dawn isms.
oh, for sure in this one.
Very,
This
very,
this is
yeah,
yeah, this is very much their most gothic record. I ended up picking up Not Natt and Frost Brent. Um, but they're pretty hard to find, but worth it for people that are into that sort of stuff. So if you like kind of newerish kind of proggy stuff that has a metallic edge, definitely check out these Thule records. But you know, definitely has some Rush vibes a little bit, some Pink Floyd, and obviously some Gothic sort of stuff. And I wrote in my notes Beyond Dawn and the Swans vibes definitely mixed in,
yeah.
especially when that trumpet comes in. It kind of is like the
Hmm.
trombone for Beyond Dawn. So, yeah, what'd you think of Thule? Any kind of besides the Beyond Dawn thing? Anything strike you about these guys?
I mean, it didn't seem. It's just such a weird like genre for that to like at that point in time in '93
That's what I
that
mean.
was its own thing. It wasn't like a metal adjacent thing. It was very,
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
yeah, and I honestly, this is one song you have to like listen. That's why the Radical Research episode is really good because you get like kind of a all their songs are different. It's like every song on the record is like a different genre almost. You know what I mean? So you're
Yeah.
like, it's like a Faith No More record or something. You're like, what am I listening to here? So this is just one song that's pretty good that they played on Radical Research that I had on this record that I bought. So I was like, yeah, this is a good little cross spread. So then we go to Lunar Aurora, which John mentioned the email. He also mentions it in the interview I did with him too, real quick. And when he mentioned it, he said Lunar Aurora, and like no light bulbs went off for me. I was like, I don't know who those guys are. Did you know who Lunar Aurora were?
No, I don't believe
Okay.
so.
I mean, it's 96. So like again, if it at that stage, if Chris wasn't showing me European metal, I wasn't really, you know what I mean? Like I was seeking out some of my own, but I just never stumbled on them. But they're German. The debut record is Weltenganger from 1996, and that means Wanderer of the Worlds. The song we're gonna play is Grabgesänge, which means dirges or funeral songs. And they were from Bavaria in Germany, and the album came out on Voices Productions, who only ever put out five records total, including a Psy EP, the Japanese band, and a Master Demo, the band from Chicago, and then Warhammer's debut. Um, and what I've kind of read about Lunar Aurora is they're kind of widely considered. I mean, it's got really great scores on Metal Archives and stuff. As I was kind of going down the rabbit hole, and who the fuck are these guys that John mentioned and twice? And I was like, how do I not know about these guys? Because the records are pretty good. I actually listened to all the way through a couple of them a couple nights ago after John's email, and very Emperor Night Side Eclipse. Kind of vibes, a lot of synth, symphonic kind of black metal. Um,
But
Kind of
also
reminds
like
me,
a kind of unhingedness to it as well.
yeah, for sure. Arcanum, bands like that,
Hmm.
or Dark Space. Some of these kind of weirder Dark Space. I think were a German black metal band in the late 90s, early 2000s. There was a German Nagelfar. Do you remember them? It was spelled Nagelfar. Do you remember that there were two Nagelfars in the late 90s? The Swedish one and the German one.
Vaguely.
It
Yeah.
was like two Gehennas, it's kind of like
Oh, hard
but
rocker and yeah.
yeah, exactly. And then there's another band that they kind of remind me of, and I saw that fans were mentioning this band. Do you remember that Romanian band in the early 2000s, Negura Bunjit? That
Hmm.
really cool
Yeah.
cover. Yeah, it's a really great record, actually. It's kind of like an unsung, like black metal, like atmospheric kind of record, but they kind of get mentioned as well. So it makes sense because John, at the end of the day, is I think somebody that prides himself on listening to like really like obscure stuff, like
Hmm.
Thule. You know what I mean? Like, and that's nothing wrong with that. It's just I think he's like on this endless search of finding the unknown gems and stuff. So, but it's weird. There's this, late 90s symphonic black metal band that was pretty good, and never came up in conversations that I had with Chris or in Eclipse lore or anything. It just
No.
completely, yeah. So that's one of the reasons why why I love doing this podcast is because like I wouldn't know who these guys are, and I ordered Weltenganger from Discogs because of this because I listened to the whole thing. I was like, this is really fucking good. I want to own this. Is it still
Yeah.
available and shit? And I guess it got reissued in like 2007 or whatever. So, um, it makes sense because John I think it was on the Radical Research episode, kind of talked about how much he loves Nightside Eclipse. Like that's like one of his favorite black metal records. And then Jeff and Hunter are like, oh, just Nightside, or do you like? And he's like, I don't like anything Emperor did after that. So he's very like militant, like it's Nightside
Really?
or nothing. He likes the stuff before it, but like he doesn't
Yeah.
like anthems or just very weird. John's a very particular guy. From the interview and from other things I've read, he just seems to like he has very, very strong aesthetic tastes, and he's
I
very,
can understand that. I've
yeah.
had the same thing. Like
So
somebody could tell me that this you should listen to this because XYZ, and I was like, I'm not feeling it.
yeah,
So I'm
yeah,
not
man.
gonna listen to it.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I'm always I want to know why things are like why
Yeah.
things are popular sometimes or whatever. That's like a driving impulse.
Well,
Maybe it's
that's a
FOMO,
good it's a good trait I think to
I
have for
guess.
sure.
It
But
caused me to
I'm
spend a lot of money
stubborn,
though.
so I don't want to.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, I'm like, well, why should I care about this? And
Yeah.
if it's not if it's it's not like I can't understand something intellectual, but if it's not if I can understand why somebody's saying this is an important record, I don't care about it. I'm not going to go out and buy it.
Yeah.
But I am the first person, like if something like hits me at all, I'm the first one to go out and, no matter what the financial situation might be, I'm going to buy this fucking record. I'm going to buy two or
Yeah.
three, I'm going to figure it out.
Sure. So what are your thoughts on Lunar Aurora? I mean, you mentioned kind of the unhinged aspect. Anything that jumped out to you, being this is the first time you heard it too?
I mean, yeah, I didn't look into like what the label was or who put this out or anything, but it's interesting that this was, I mean, basically a symphonic black metal record, but not
It
really.
wasn't like lame either. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? It kind of had
it was
balls.
still keeping the like an incredibly like chaotic and what you want out of black metal usually is like something that's it's not easy listening and especially like the drumming was
Yeah.
kind of over the top, which I think
Yeah.
was made the some of the choices for because like this symphonic stuff is you're not usually getting you don't know a guy who plays the cello or any of that kind of shit, so it's usually kind of like synth based stuff.
Sense. Yep. Yep.
And I think they did a good mix of like
They
dangerous.
integrate it well. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
There's some cool screams like in the second half of the song too. He does some cool things with his voice, and
hmm
not all their stuff is this way. I listened to like one of their records like in the like later 2000s, and it's a little more listenable. It's interesting. It's the one that had the most like listens on Spotify. So I was like, huh, So
yeah,
they're still I don't know if they're still going, but they were putting out some records for at least like a 10-year stretch, or so. But
hmm
yeah. Anyway, so there you go, Luna. Lunar, Aurora, maybe they're new to you as well, or maybe we're crazy because we didn't know them, and we'll get a bunch of emails like, "How the fuck do you guys not know these guys?" Be like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Sometimes it
but
happens.
if they're if it's internet generation and they say, "How do you not
Wow,
know these guys?" Then
that's
I'm not going to take that as
yeah, exactly. I think
a
most
real
of our
comment.
listeners are probably of our age.
Most of
Then
our
we get a
listeners are in their 40s and 50s, I think.
Exactly. Then we get a pair from a band that you and I are both familiar with, and we, haven't played anything from them. Hasn't really come up too much, but I think people in the metal community should be familiar with Tangerine Dream from last year's Blood Incantation appearance.
Absolutely.
Um, Put them back in the lexicon of the metal community in a cool way. Um, and Tangerine Dream, of course, were a German electronic krautrock band founded by Edgar Froese. Um, and they kind of had three defining eras. The first era was called the Pink Years, and that was the more krautrock kind of influential era. That was a little bit more guitar driven psychedelia, kind
Hmm.
of like the song we're going to hear from Electronic Meditation, a record from 1970 called Ashes to Ashes, where it's a little bit more guitar driven. And then the kind of like second era that they sort of usher in into the kind of mid to late 70s was known as the Virgin Years, and that's kind of like the second or the first song we'll hear from them called "Circulation of Events" from the Atem record in 1973, and that was like more, that was kind of more electronic, and that kind of helped create what was called at the time the Berlin School of Electronic Music, which had a pretty big influence across the world. Like influenced Bowie, Kraftwerk were part of that, and
Totally.
stuff. Um, I guess the third era, which we're not playing anything from, would be like kind of the late 70s, 80s, like the film score era, where they were doing like Sorcerer, William
Yeah.
Friedkin, and The Keep, which is I think the
Hmm.
first Michael Mann movie, and Legend, and Near Dark, and Thief, another Michael Mann movie, Firestarter, and one of my favorite soundtracks of the 80s, which is Risky Business. I mean the great fucking song that's playing when Tom Cruise and oh shit, the prostitute. And that rocked the cradle. I can't think of Rebecca De Mornay, the hooker that they have sex on the train, and the Tangerine Dream synth is playing. It's very like evocative of that era. And anyway, so yeah,
Boner
so Tangerine.
inducing.
What's that?
Boner inducing.
Boner inducing and also transcendent. Yeah, it's a transcendent boner.
Yeah,
Just what you want when you're that young. But
absolutely.
But I think the two songs that I kind of picked here. It was tough because a lot of Dream songs are like 18 minutes long. So I was trying to find like two that are of reasonable length that kind of show the influence that would probably be on a band like Agalloch. Um,
Well, they definitely took the length of songs as an influence.
yes, absolutely. And also like you hear some of the more synthy electronic kind of aspects that will show up on Marrow and on Serpent a little bit. But I think like it shows the kind of darker meditative aspect that bands like Agalog or even Neurosis kind of embody. And you hear a lot of this kind of meditative, contemplative, kind of like repetitive kind of stuff that makes an appearance on stuff like Serpent the Sphere. So
Hmm.
kind of interesting. And then we've never played a New Model Army song. I don't think we may have talked about them before, but this
We've
is
definitely
from
talked about them before, but I don't think
yeah,
we've ever played anything.
a tune called "No Rest" from 1985's "No Rest for the Wicked," and they're a band I don't know a lot about, but I've always admired them ever since I discovered that "The Hunt" from Sepultura was not a Sepultura song,
Hmm.
and in fact was a New Model Army cover. And
Also, they come from the same town as Paradise Lost.
oh shit, okay,
Yep.
is it Bradford? Is it yeah, someplace?
They're like Northern Midlands. I'm not exactly sure exactly where, but because I know that that was they were definitely an influence on Greg's guitar playing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that.
But they're
They
about
kind of go
five,
ahead. Sorry.
6 years older, than those guys are.
Yeah, I think the early 80s. This
Yeah,
is
but you can
85.
definitely hear the guitar influence on the Agalloch stuff they're going to be talking about. The
Well,
jangly, guitar
jingly
stuff.
and also especially the rhythmic stuff.
Yeah,
And
the
especially on
drumming. Yeah,
yep, a lot of the drumming kind of stuff.
kind of
But
bouncy drumming.
yeah, they kind of combine punk and metallic hardcore with northern soul, and they seem to be an influence on multiple genres.
Yeah.
And kind of Kendrick spirits a little bit like Killing Joke in that like they didn't really belong to like traditional punk or traditional new wave, or you know what I mean. They were just kind of like doing their own thing, which was kind of
Yeah.
cool. You know,
Yep.
so
Bradford
yep,
is where they're
that's it.
from.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, so we've got a nice little set of music here. We'll hear from John and Hunter again, talking about the idea of pretentiousness as an artist. And then at the very end of this set, we'll hear for the final time Joseph Schaefer, just kind of talking about Agalloch as a live band and kind of where they fit in. So, and then we'll actually get some Agalloch stuff. But this is a nice little palette cleanse and it's kind of cool because I'm sure a lot of our listeners don't know a lot about these bands either. And this is like a good way to discover some kind of fun stuff. But we've got from Thule, Aeventyr, from Lunar, Aurora. We've got Grabgesänge, and then Tangerine Dream from the Atem record, Circulation of Events, from Electronic Meditation. We've got Ashes to Ashes, and then finally New Model Armies, No Rest for the Wicked. I think they also like, we were kind of talking about the legacy of the band from a critical sort of perspective, and that's probably hard for you to assess sometimes, John, because you're at the belly of the beast. But I think like one of the things that I always sort of aspired to or found appealing, I think both of us, would also agree with this, is that there was something more elegant and sometimes maybe intellectual about what the European metal scene was doing than, say, a lot of what the American metal scene was doing in the 90s. There are exceptions, Voivod, and other bands that were clearly bringing art and intellectualism and stuff into it. But I think that Agalloch really was a game changer for a lot of the American sort of underground extreme metal scene to, not be afraid of that intellect and some of those kind of left of center ideas that were much more rampant, I would say, in the European metal scene than they were in the American metal scene. I don't know. That's a perspective I've had. I don't know what your guys' thoughts on that were.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Um, it's funny that you mentioned Alcest and me being kind of in the center of everything because I was actually a few days ago, Alcest played in Portland and I met up with them, early in the day and was hanging out with Nish and catching up with, because I mean, we go way back with Alcest. I mean, to their very first show, literally, because they opened for us playing their
Wow.
first show. And and it's like it's so cool to see how far they've come, And but and he was talking about how like every show they play, there's so many Agalloch shirts in the audience. And I was just like, oh, that's weird. But then he's like, well, no, you guys are like very important. You guys are legendary. You guys are like next level on a pedestal. And I was just like, I can't see it that way because I'm too close to the source. But he's just like, yeah, well, so it's like every time I kind of talk down on Agalloch, he would just be like, dude, no, seriously, you guys are like, because I even told him, I was like, you guys have surpassed everything that we've done. You've got more albums out, you've played more places, you play bigger venues. You've grown into a really good band where Agalloch kind of didn't. And he just disagreed with me. He's like, no, you don't understand the legacy that you guys have. And I guess I never will.
Sure. Yeah, it's almost like you guys are like the Stooges and they're the Ramones or something like that. You guys had to take some of the hardships and the bullets and some of the mistakes that you guys had to make and trying to figure out what the pathway was, and they've got to sort of enjoy some of those successes, in a lot of ways. So
And if I can speak personally, um, I found myself divorced from American metal culture in the mid 90s because it had just gotten so macho and just so unappealing. And I found inspiration in the emotional aspects and the sort of the rarefied ideas of European metal bands. And when Agalloch came along, it was like we had an American voice for that finally. Um, and that was also super inspiring.
mean,
well
we're
said.
just we're a bunch of nerds, really. I mean, we're a bunch of, literature and film nerds that were into like European metal. And we just kind of brought that. Here's the thing is like we've gotten called pretentious more times than I can count, but I don't really see it as that. We're not pretending to be anything that we're not. I mean, we are just expressing exactly what we're into, and because we're, the stuff that the interests that we have are very artsy fartsy. That's just the way that we want to pursue our music.
And I'm sure, Hunter with Radical, and I'm sure with Requiem, we've also been tagged as that sometimes too, because of the kind of approach that we take to it,
Yeah.
that we're not just a bunch of boneheaded metal dudes that are just like we're trying to, offer intellect and analysis and historical context. And Mark and I talk a lot about movies, and I know you and Jeff talk a lot about like other sort of left of center influences and stuff. And I think there's a shared community, and I think you know, I mean, I'll be honest, like, Hunter brought up Requiem before, but Mark and Chris were like my lifesaver because I didn't really know where to go outside of just reading a few reviews on Metal Maniacs that were about, Tiamat and some other things that were kind of happening elsewhere. I didn't have anybody to go on that journey. And when I met Mark and Chris in my hometown who were doing this Requiem zine, I was like, holy shit, this is it. This is like where I need to go. Because I was turned off by the machismo and the aggression. It wasn't appealing to me. And I don't know if I would have stuck with metal if I hadn't have found Anathema, Catatonia, Opeth, these kind of bands that were, Dark Tranquility, things like that, So
Yeah.
I just think there's like a sharedness regardless of whether you're a musician or you're coming at from like a fan of like kind of underground films or whatever it is, call it pretentious or whatever, if that's the terms that people want to use. But I just think that there is an audience for that, and there's a crowd and people, I think, like us, are drawn to that. And that doesn't mean we're pretentious. It just means we're looking for something more, something more
Right.
in metal or in our music or in our art, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that we aren't snobs. I mean, Don and there's a funny memory I have of 2001, and Don and I were in line to see Marduk and Deicide, and we were like all dressed up, like like nice coats and stuff, and we're looking around, and there's like all these like drunk metalheads like tailgating, and we were just like, you know what? Fuck this. Let's go get some dinner instead. And we ended up leaving.
Yep.
So it's like stuff like that. I mean, oh, there's a lot of stories like that where it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, we were definitely snobs, but I think it also comes from the European influence. I mean, bands like Over were very much, they founded themselves on being kind of these snobbish, intellectual types, and we were attracted to that.
Yeah.
You know.
100%. That's becoming a film major. Part of what led me into that and a history major was my snobbery and I don't want to use that term in a negative way, but just like I wanted more out of stuff, and I just wasn't happy with what like I was being given, with the things that were on the radio and the TV, whatever it was. I wanted more, and it didn't matter if it was music or film or whatever. But I knew that there was something beyond what was on the surface or in the mainstream.
Yeah, and I've always been the kind of person that, like, if you use the word metal as an adjective, we can't be friends. You know? So
100%. I get that. I get that.
this castle for me. Oh, must have done.
Like, here's another thing about Agalloch, though, is they kind of like, maybe people aren't going to love this comparison, but what the hell, I'm going to say it. They make me feel the way side A of U2's The Joshua Tree makes me feel.
Well, the Blue Sky. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
that is the song I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like for a lot of metalheads, that's probably like a wimpy band, right?
We love early U2 on Requiem here. We talk about that all the time. So
when the mic's off, we should talk about U2. I have some controversial U2 opinions.
okay. All right.
But I love U2.
Yeah.
And that is sort of what I'm talking. Like Bullet is the song that I'm thinking of, where it's like this is like an intimate, almost whispered, poetic thing, but instrumentally, musically, it also like feels like it's kicking you in the dick, and you
It's like U2 was able to do like intimate stadium rock in a weird way. Like they towed that like line almost, and people might hate them for that, but like, you know, that's what Bono personified, you know, and the band was able to do that really well, you know.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I think Agalloch is maybe the only or one of the only metal bands that has that same ability.
Mm.
You
I
know?
like that. That's cool. Yeah, it's good to think about. So cool. We'll end on that because I think that's a profound thought. So
Awesome.
yeah. So thank you again, Joseph. We appreciate you coming in. I think the last time we had you was Coroner, right? I think that might have been one of the last times you were with us. Maybe something after that, but definitely Coroner. You were our spirit guide through some of Coroner there. So
I appreciate you giving me that opportunity again.
I'm so pissed that Coroner and Deceased are not playing Michigan. I just kicks me right in the. Those are two bands I want to see full sets of. I'm pissed.
You want to hear what's messed up? This is a true story. So here's a little inside baseball for people. So all three bands on TerraFest this year, we tried to have headline last year, and for scheduling reasons or other reasons, it just couldn't be done. So like this lineup actually came together kind of fast because I was just after the fest able to call everyone and be like, okay, how about next May? Right. And that worked out. So I already had my headliners locked. And then not long after, Coroner came to us and said, hey, we're going to do a US tour near then. What if we ended it at TerraFest? And I was like, fuck. Sorry, no. I wish
you already had.
Because I'm like, I don't have the room. I'm sorry, boys.
Oh.
And that tour isn't coming to Washington, and they're playing a new song.
Oh shit, dude.
And Brad Sanders from Stereo Gum and Bandcamp says it's good. He says the new song is good. Now, I don't know if he means it's rip good or grin good. Those can be different.
No More Colors good, something in
No
between. Yeah.
It's all good, you know, but like he says it's good. And I'm kind of resisting the urge to DM him right now and be like, what do you mean? Anyway, this is about Agalloch, not Coroner.
Cool. Yeah, that's fun. That's funny. So, man, that's a bummer for you, especially to not be able to get Coroner, you know, and them offering it up to you. You know, that
one's rough.
Sorry to end on a bad note. Now I thought we were ending on a good note. So
there's always next year.
Yeah, there's always next year. Well, thank you again, Joseph. Thanks for doing this contest. That's awesome. I hope that this is, you know, gets you guys some hits and promotion and things like that. We love doing stuff that helps our friends when we can. So we always appreciate that. So thank you.
Here.
That was No Rest from New Model Army, Ashes to Ashes, Tangerine Dream, Circulation of Events, Tangerine Dream, Grabgesänge, oh Jesus, my German, from Lunar, Aurora, and then Aeventyr from Thule. And those were sort of the influences. And then we just last heard there from Joseph Schaefer briefly about kind of Agalloch operates as a live band and stuff. So kind of fun there. We'll keep hearing from John and Hunter throughout the rest of the episode in little short spurts and things. So be looking forward to that. But you know, now that the table setting is kind of done there with the influences and the philosophies and all of that, let's sort of get into Marrow. Essentially, what I think it was Don said is they were wanting to make a cold black metal album again while utilizing some of our 70s prog and krautrock influences that we had at the time. That's why we ended up having Stephen Ray Lobdell from Faust produce the record, which I didn't know that they
I
used the
didn't know
guy
that
from
either.
Faust. And
Yeah.
it kind of makes sense because he didn't really know how to like capture some of the chaos in some ways. He's probably not the right person, but like that also is what gives it the charm and weirdness. You know what I mean? Like it's like not recorded the right way you would want to do this record, I think. You know,
Well, I
but
think, but also, yeah, but also he's coming from an extreme vantage point as well
yeah, that's
with
true.
with
Yeah.
what Faust did. So I
Yeah.
think it's interesting to that they I mean it makes it makes it much more interesting that there's that kind of history to this as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
But a guy that like obviously knew how to deal with extremity, but not of this era. You know,
Yeah, and,
it's
and you
cool.
know, you kind of get it too with like the longer songs because essentially this record is 5 long songs that are led by an intro, which we're not playing, called "They Escape the Weight of Darkness," which is essentially like a interesting like cello piece played by
Yeah.
Jackie Perez Gratz, who was from Amber Asylum,
Hmm.
and she Giant Squid and Grayson and some other kind of bands, and then you got birds chirping, sounds of river, and you've got this Mark
Classic
Thompson.
Biogenesis stuff, man.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Yep. Uh, the cover's really interesting. The Mark Thompson cover, you know, it's got these bleak vibes, and the album is very bleak compared to like Ashes or even The Mantle or something. Um, you know, the album ended up being picked as the Decibel 2010 album of the year. And John wrote most of the lyrics too while he was traveling in Romania in the Carpathian Mountains. So like it's got that. Like once you start to know all these things, right? All right, this record kind of starts to make a little bit more sense in terms of like what they're kind of going for here, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but the 2 songs we're gonna hear from it here, we end it part 2 with "To Drown," which is the final song. We open the show up with "Into the Painted Gray," and we're gonna hear a pair of tunes here, including Black Lake Nidstang and "Goes to the Midwinter Fires." And um, I did a little research into Lake Nidstang because I didn't know much about this song. I mean, I knew the song, but I didn't know what the hell the reference was. And it's an impressive 17 and a half minutes, the second longest Agalloch song of all time. And a
It's like
Nidstang,
an entire side of an album.
yeah, exactly. A Nidstang, or is also known as a nithing pole, and it was a totem that was used in like Germanic paganism, Viking paganism, to
Hmm.
send a curse against an adversary, adorned with the skin of a horse. Its tip was often crowned by the head of a slain beast. Um, and so, like, it's really interesting. And in the song, according to I stumbled on have you seen that metal website before called Toilet of Hell, OV Hell before? It's like an
Uh,
online journal, Toilet of Hell is what it's called, but the
Possibly.
O,
I don't know.
yeah. They do actually pretty good work. And they did like a whole like song analysis of it. And the authors he just went by W, so I can't really give him too much credit,
It's
but
probably George W. Bush.
probably is because I'm sure he's a big
He's
Viking
done
culture
painting
fan. And
portraits now.
yeah,
He's
he's just
just
painting
into
portraits and
Agalloch.
writing about Agalloch. It's just in his nature phase, you know.
W.
But what he said is he said the first verse in the song, the first verse is spoken by the spirits in the waters and symbolized by the cranes diving into the lake. The souls of those cursed by this Nidstrong have reached their final resting place in the opaque twilight of the lake, and the corrupting nature of the Nidstrong's curse is described as a poison upon that what should be sacred ground. And that middle synth electronic part is and that was the quote from him. I thought that was really interesting. He kind of like actually sort of like broke it down and kind of understood that there's kind of this like interesting story about the consequences of cursing and nature and nature in out of balance, you know, which kind of plays into the Agalloch's always been associated along with like Wolves in the Throne Room and some of these other bands of, kind of being hippy dippy in terms of their
Over.
relationship with, Ulver for sure.
Yeah.
But I think that's cool that they're drawing on some historical things and making some of those references and kind of telling this fairly interesting story. So I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. But
No, I think the more archaic and weird you can get with your references that are still based on something,
yeah,
I think is super cool.
yeah, I
Because
think it's
that's like,
neat that there's thought put into it. You know.
yeah, like how like the whole point of a lot of this music is like very fringe, weird shit,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
there's still some kind of like, primal thing brought to it. And no, I think it's awesome when that kind of stuff can be, we have such a wealth of, you know, mythology and history and everything else that when people actually take the time to do that, to add it into the music, it just makes it that much more enjoyable to know that the musicians that you enjoy are as nerdy as you are about, you know, like delving into all this stuff as well. I think it's great.
well, you can kind of tell from like the photography on the mantle and some of that sort of stuff that there's like this interest in, I don't know what culture you would call that, but definitely the sort of like pagan, dark, this organic, natural order of the world, and yet like beauty of death. I mean, it's like the Brave Murder Day cover, which you just took a picture of the other day because you found your own dead bird. But like
Yeah.
this idea of like cyclical nature, decay, beauty, all of those things kind of mixed together. That's always been like a pretty strong aesthetic for this band, I think, and so
Yeah, totally.
so I think that's kind of fun. But I think like, that middle synth electronic part of this song is definitely Tangerine Dream inspired, and that's Nathan Carson from Witch Mountain, who is I think their tour direct manager. Or he's like associated with the band, but he also plays on a lot of their music. But he's playing two Moogs in that song, an MG1 and an Opus 3 Moog, and along with some vibraphones and the Glockenspiel. So,
Is that why you put up the meme with Geddy Lee?
I didn't know. That was just like that was again weird timing. So yeah, Alex is pissed about all the electronic stuff. But when the song breaks about 14 and a half minutes in, it's kind of like Neurosis. It's very well earned. You've gone through this like deep meditative atmospheric part, and then it boom just kind of kicks back in. So it's a great headphone piece. It's a good one to like sit back in this next set and just kind of close your eyes, and hopefully like you're not doing anything too active during this next set, because I think this is a song to kind of listen to from start to finish. It's pretty good.
Well,
So
I think that I think my least favorite isn't the favorite's always a stupid. I don't like using that term, but the part that I don't vibe with as much with Agalloch is usually the vocals.
uh,
As far as the nasally vocals, death vocals are fine. I really like the agony vocals he does in this song.
mm,
I don't really know what it reminds me of, but it doesn't. I I don't remember hearing it much in anything else they ever did. But it definitely stood out in a good way. And
mm,
I like the fact that everything was much more reliant on music than like vocals were used very sparingly, I think, on
yeah.
this record, actually going forward.
Yeah, no, I think that's the krautrock aspect where
Yeah.
I think they really started to get into like the idea of repetitious, like less is more in a weird
Hmm.
way, you know. Like the songs are so complicated. Don't get me wrong; it's not like they're overly simple. There's definitely a progressive element still in the music, but it's more stripped down in a lot of ways. I could see that. So it's kind of the clean vocals that you don't always like, the nasal kind of
That
John
just
stuff.
yeah, like I
I
like
get it. They're
yeah,
very particular, they're not yeah.
it's very like I'm just thinking as like a self-conscious guy, if I was going to be a singer, like if my vocals like really stood out as like sounding like Brian Johnson. Um,
That'd be bad if
who's
you
the
could sound
fucking
like Brian
Last Jedi
Johnson.
guy?
Oh, Ryan Johnson?
Ryan Johnson.
The
Sometimes
vocals?
his voice reminds me of Ryan Johnson. I don't like Ryan Johnson.
Huh.
So I have a sour taste in my mouth about that. But I like the fact that he's pushing himself in these different
Okay.
directions. But the more clean stuff. I like where they go with samples, where they're doing the more like the Godspeed stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
I know there's other bands that were doing it, but the fact they decided to do that instead of just doing more, because I think clean vocals at this time kind of became a trope
Yeah.
in extreme metal. That if you could do any type of vocals that weren't, growling or screaming, somehow that like it sets you apart. But I'm glad that they kind of figured out how to make that work in a way that really, I think that reflected the music more than just being like, oh, well, we can do these other things, but does it really need to be done for the song to be
Mhm.
good? Yeah.
How did the electronic kind of atmospheric parts in the middle like work for you, especially this being your first time? Because I'm used to this song because I heard it a lot back in the
I mean,
day.
I think I like the later stuff more than the early stuff now.
I kind of thought you would. That was kind of when you told me you hadn't heard these last two. I was kind of like, oh, I kind of I just kind of just shut my mouth. I was like, I kind of, I think Mark might kind of dig these last couple records a bit. So interesting.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
good.
I like that
I'm always happy, when
they've
you
kind
like
of
stuff that you haven't
they
heard.
became their own thing,
Yeah.
which is always I think my hope for any band that, especially bands that start off very influence heavy, and you
Mm.
kind of know exactly where they're coming from. Like I want them to be able to blow, like with Catatonia, drinking game,
Yep.
Catatonia, Paradise Lost. Like
Oh, we've already murdered some people in this episode.
some people are
They're not drunk
completely
at this
fucking
point.
shit faced
They
right
are
now.
fucked up bad, and we're only in talk set 2. So
But
yeah.
like the taking, the Greg McIntosh sad guitar and turning it into a completely different thing based on that.
Yeah, like almost texture. They sort of were about atmosphere and texture, not so much like hooky songs the way that Paradise Lost used Gregor's guitar. It was
Yeah.
like
Well, yeah, Paradise
sounds
Lost I think are much more based on traditional songwriting.
yeah.
And Catatonia took that guitar technique or whatever and turned it into this monotony,
Yeah. At
this
least in the like mid 90s, and I think by about 2000 they started to write like hookier songs. You know what I mean? With like
yeah,
by the time you get to Last Fair, they're kind of like, okay, we can actually write some structured songs that sing along and
but
that
that
kind of thing.
repetitive I just love the
Oh yeah,
repetitive dan like nobody else was doing that. Nobody. And they like multiple bands, grabbed that and tried to make a career out of it. And Catatonia was just there for a couple records.
yeah.
And they're on to do something else.
You're kind of moving on. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Catatonia will come up in this next song because after Black Lake, we've got Ghosts of the Midwinter Fires, and kind of starts a like very effervescent start, which is probably good because you probably need a palate cleanse after that monolithic last track, because this
Yeah.
is the song that follows it on the actual album, not just in our little set here. And this song kind of merges that kind of blackened Catatonia doom of Pal Folklore with kind of the newer stylings of Agalloch. You get those lilting Dark Tranquility kind of sky dancer melodies that kind of play a consistent theme,
Mm-hmm.
um similar to the song that we played last episode on Ashes called Not Unlike the Waves, which I know you're not as familiar with Agalloch, but we definitely talked about that song. But this song is a direct through line to Alcest. This is what Alcest sounds like. Like this is like when I go to Alcest shows and it's like it sounds like Ghosts of the Midwinter Fires. Like this is like boom. Some Agalloch songs will like lead directly to Death Heaven, and we'll talk about those when we get there. This is one where you're like, okay, this is like Alcest was directly, processing this stuff. And Nij from Alcest told John, I think I probably mentioned this last episode or maybe in part 1, like we wouldn't exist without you guys. We came from Agalloch. So that kind of blew John's mind. He's like, "Whoa, that's weird.
Well, it's interesting that there these bands that are so like as far as extreme metal bands that are successful, I would think Death Heaven's up pretty high in that list.
Alcest is up there too, as well.
Yeah, as far as like pushing out to a different, like a more mainstream audience.
Yeah. Yep.
It's interesting that a band that's so specific, like Agalloch, that's not commercial really in any aspect,
No.
Made
we
not
we're
even
just talking
commercial,
about 17-minute long song, like
yeah.
it's very anti-commercial.
But it's interesting, like it took a band like that to make a couple bands that can reach out a little more. Like it's just I don't know. It's every episode we do. It's always interesting to see like what pushes the thing to the next level. This shit's been going on for almost 40 years.
Yeah.
Like what keeps pushing things further? And like we talk a lot about the original stuff, but Alcest is probably what, a fifth tier
Yeah,
in whatever
possibly.
genre you'd want to call them, but like Agalloch is fourth. It's just interesting to see how you can kind of piece together, like Agalloch originally, like a lot of stuff we already knew. We knew Catatonia, we knew a lot of Ulver originally, this black metal into this doom kind of element. And then like what did that influence? Oh, this fucking French band.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And it's weird because, if you were to like look at, we obviously have spent a lot of the lion's share of Requiem episodes talking about the 80s and 90s metal. But
Yeah.
if you look at like post 2000s, in terms of like bands that mattered the most to like the extreme metal world, like there's yeah, I probably, I don't know if I'd put Agalloch in the top five, but you've got bands like, Converge, Mastodon. Agalloch's up there in terms of a band that has cast a large shadow of the last 2 decades or 25 plus years
Hmm.
in terms of how they changed the game. That in terms of bands that didn't exist in the 90s, you know what I'm saying? Bands that really
Yeah.
emerged right, or at least kind of crest to popularity right in 2000, and Mastodon came out right around then. Neurosis, it's tough because they had a pretty good run in the 90s, but they're obviously pretty influential. So it's weird. Yeah, they'd definitely be on the short list of like what are the bands that emerge in the last 25 years that have had the largest influence and cast a shadow across the underground metal world. And it's like Agalloch's up there,
Hmm.
Maybe we didn't always appreciate them, but like they've consistently done really
Well, and
interesting
as an
things.
American band too,
Yeah.
because really like the American influence is usually early on in the scene.
Yes.
Um, like later on is not usually the
Yep.
what happens. Like yeah, like we had Death and Repulsion and a lot of these other like early stuff, but like where did we really caught on to the stuff once it hit in Europe. But like
Mhm.
Autopsy was Entombed wouldn't exist without Repulsion or Autopsy. Like, but those are bands that we didn't really like. Oh, they're not as immediately interesting to us right away.
Well, I mean, Autopsy was kind of like not popular, in
Not at
their
all.
early years.
Yeah.
It's only in like recent decades that they've been sort of reappreciated and reappraised.
Yeah.
Like I mean, when I was hanging out with you guys, Chris never talked about them. He was like, yeah, they're okay, or whatever. Like just they were
Well,
like off at that point. They were like abscess, and I just think people didn't really know what to think about them.
it was yeah, urine junkies but also like it was interesting to see when we're talking about Chris. This is Chris Dick, he's a writer for
Yep.
Decibel, and me and Chris did a fanzine in the '90s that kind of got all this shit started, and it's the namesake of the podcast.
Requiem. Yep.
But Chris, originally we had I think a little bit more similar um, interest in sounds of music,
Yeah.
and then at a certain point, Chris got more interested in I think like production values and I think more just like outside of normal genre um, stuff, but like he was a huge I Hate God fan originally,
Oh, that's
which is
funny.
not something that you think of now, like knowing him. Like usually he's the guy, oh, check this thing out. This has like this production's unbelievable. But like back,
Yeah, he's never been like the biggest sludge guy necessarily.
no, yeah, but that kind of ended up being our kind of dividing line. That's what made the magazine work and our relationship work, that we didn't like the same things, but we still respected each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but I think Autopsy is so what they did for doom and for death metal. Like they're a doom death band.
Mhm.
Like there's so much Sabbath happening there. Like the early what I think looking back now, it's easier to kind of see, but all those early bands, nobody sounded the same. You know, like Death did not sound like Autopsy or Obituary, or I struggle to call Possessed a death
Morbid
metal
Angel.
band,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
everybody kind of had their own like their own sound. Nobody was like, "Oh, we're a doom band." Like, no, you know, Candlemass is Candlemass, and this is this. Like, only I think later on into the '90s is when all these weird kind of titles started happening with things. But I think everything was so weird and unique. Like Massacre was, another like. There's so many things connected to death, but like as far as like super guttural vocals, like you had that there, like, but nobody sounded exactly. It wasn't like, oh, we're a mellow death band, we're a deathcore, any of that kind of stuff. Like the genres were so diversified back in the day that it was just. I think we were just stoked that there was so much variety.
I think like one of the things that's interesting about Autopsy too is yeah, I kind of went on like a little I was listening to sort of some of the non big two Asphyx records that I have.
Hmm.
Um Asphyx and Autopsy have so much in common. Like they were both like really death doom, like they
Totally.
were doing like kind of like they're like they had more in common with each other than most of their contemporaries in their geographic areas, did and
Hmm.
stuff. So that was just like an observation I made. I was like, I think Asphyx is the European Autopsy or something. Like there's like a weird, they just kind of they weren't traditional death metal. They were slow and sludgy and all these other kind of things
So
too.
fucking noisy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, just going back to that original Century Media run of bands,
Yeah.
like, holy shit, like Tiamat didn't sound like Grave. Grave didn't sound like Asphyx. Morgoth didn't sound like anybody else. I mean, it sounded like Death a lot.
Yeah.
But like, it's such an interesting, like, going back to the origins of everything. Nobody sounded the same. It was just that everybody was extreme.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe a pre-internet thing too. It was just like
True.
you could be pretty singular because you're kind of creating everything in a vacuum. So you weren't like wearing all the same influences. It was. You could kind of get a hold of.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
everybody was just stoked to, like, this is a thing. We're gonna tape trade. Holy shit, some label wants to put our fucking record out.
But that's like to go back to what we were talking about before, with like Death Heaven and Agalloch and Alcest and stuff. It's like nowadays you can eat at the buffet in such a really unique way that you can like sort of put together the weirdest influences together to create something kind of brand new. And so like, you know, it's weird that Agalloch influenced these two like kind of bigger bands than them in a weird way, but at the same time, it's like nowadays like young kids can like self-select whatever weird shit they want to try and merge together. Like that was what was so kind of revolutionary about that debut Death Heaven record because it was like, oh, all right, I've never heard people put all this stuff together and then throw some black metal on top of it in
They're a
addition.
postmodern band. Like they wouldn't exist without the internet. Is I
And so
mean,
I think that's a really
absolutely.
that's kind of, it's just whereas like back in the early 90s or late 80s or whatever, you had tape trading and all this other stuff. We've talked about that exhaustingly in multiple episodes, but it just meant whatever I think about it. We were talking about with Lunar Aurora, like why didn't we know about that band in 1996? It seems weird
Yeah.
that we should have, but like I think about like it's what you had access to, it's what showed up on your radar screen, it's what you happen to read about in Metal Maniacs, it's what you happen to you know catch in the thank list of Sepultura. Like it was all these like it was all these happy accidents that sort of had
Yeah,
to
like
happen
what label
for
were
you
they
to get
on?
there. Yeah.
Were
like I
they did you get like PR stuff from them?
yeah,
Um like
like
I don't remember how I mean the all the stuff on like Head Not Found was very obscure Norwegian label
Oh
that
yeah,
had a handful of things on it. But
Paradigma. Yep.
yeah, but for some reason that label was on our radar, and like everything they put out were like, holy shit, this is amazing, like fucking Gehenna, First Spell, like
Yeah.
all this weird obscure shit. And I don't remember exactly how we, unless it was just purely through the zine and PR stuff, but also it depended on like, hey, like Relapse's mail order catalog, they have distribution for Voices of Wonder or something like that. So they, this stuff is more on our radar.
Yep.
There's like going back, there's so many different weird kind of like
Well, all
you,
these
you couldn't,
different
you
things
couldn't,
had to have a nexus point, for you
yeah.
to get into them. Like I walked into New Moon, and Chris just happened to have ordered Blood Red Path from Gates of Ishtar. So I
Hmm.
bought it as like a 11th grader. But like I guarantee you in the United States of America, the amount of people that had Gates of Ishtar Blood Red Path that were in high school was like a number you could count on like a hand, or something like that. Like it
I'd say
was
at
just
most 35.
yeah. But again, maybe older people that were like more your guys' age, but like for me to buy that in 1996, like again, it had to be in front of me. You had to have somebody that told me to buy it. And they had to tell me to
Yeah.
buy that and not buy Lunar Aurora in 1996.
Yeah.
Like it could have gone either way. Like I knew a lot about Eucharist, and a lot of people I remember were like, wow, like Eucharist, they knew In Flames, but it's like, well, that's because War Comp was like treated as a Bible amongst my friends, and those
Hmm.
songs there were incredible. And then, by the time Mirror Worlds showed up and stuff, it was just like, why do you like Pyogenesis so much more than you should? You know what I mean? Like, why do
Yeah.
we know so much about Pyogenesis compared to like your average extreme metal fans? And it's just like, well, because you had to be at Relapse and you had to be hanging out with this guy, and it was like all these convert. I mean, it's butterfly effect shit is what we're kind of
Hmm.
talking about, but it is very interesting how all of this kind of came together for you, me, and Chris, and other people in our sphere, Jeff Wagner, people like John. I mean, John from
Yeah.
Agalloch is the same person as us.
Exactly.
He had to trip onto this stuff too, because he was just discovering these things the same way we were. And
Well,
so
you had to have worth in the scene. Like if you
yeah,
had like a demo list that nobody cared about, you were not going to advance in getting other stuff. Like it was it's such a totally different world than it is now. In a certain way, of course, because went through it, like I think it's better, but um, like where would we be if I could have figured out all these different connection points between bands outside of, everything's just faster now.
yeah,
You've
you
got
can learn
access. Like I want to
faster.
see the entire discography of Entombed. You got it on YouTube.
I think things would be a lot more surfacey. I don't think we absorbed what we absorbed because we only had access to certain things. And so
Yeah.
we lived with those a lot longer. And obviously this is another thing we've talked about in multiple episodes. But, I often think like, what if you and Chris did Requiem? What instead of like interviewing Opeth, all of your stuff was about American like brutal death metal. Like,
That would have been
would I be
Sounds of
listening?
Death.
Would I be talking about Jungle Rot now instead of fucking
No,
Agalloch?
no.
Do you know what I mean? Like, because I looked up to you guys and like your word was law. Like, would it have like, if you guys were preaching nothing but dying fetus to me, I would have been like, I don't know. I guess I love this, like, because again, we absorb those influences. Now, eventually, I probably would have discovered Agalloch or whatever. I mean,
Sure.
people do, but it is just very weird, like that. I think about how lucky I was, and I'm sure you and Chris think the same thing in terms of the convergence of things. But like
Oh, totally.
as a Mount Pleasant, like a mid Michigan teenager, to walk into a record store and Requiem zine was sitting there with like interviews with Bolt Thrower and Opeth, the first Opeth interview in the United States. And so for me,
Yeah.
all those bands you guys covered felt normal. So like I was like, oh yeah, I found mythological cold towers. Like who the fuck talked to no one else knew what the fuck that was. I
Yeah.
thought they were like bigger than they were because you guys talked about them. You know what I mean? Like
No, no,
my
they sold 75 CDs.
that's what I mean. My sphere of understanding pre-internet was so skewed by like the influence that I was getting from you guys or from whatever albums Jeff Wagner and the trusted people in Metal Maniacs were spouting about. You know, like again, if I didn't buy, I think it was Livewire, if I didn't happen to get the Livewire issue that had a one pager full color thing about Tiamat and it said, "What if Pink Floyd was a death metal band?" I might not have walked into New Moon and ordered Wild Honey because I was
Yeah.
so into Pink Floyd at that stage. I was like, dude, I'll fucking take a blind test on. I don't know who the fuck Tiamat is.
Hmm.
I didn't know what Century Media was. I don't think. I don't think I would have known in 10th grade, 1994, what that was. So,
Yeah.
so it was, you know, again, I lucked out. I'm just really glad that you guys weren't just into like the most violent, stupid Milwaukee Metal Fest brutal death metal, and that's all you guys were into, because it would change me culturally. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be like pretentious. I wouldn't be like the way I am, and I like that. I like that we want more out of our music and things like that.
Yeah, I think that was we didn't know that we couldn't, like, nobody said you can't do a magazine.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't do, like, we were so excited about this shit that nothing was going to stop us from talking about it. And
Hmm.
like that's all I care. I didn't care about fucking college. My parents gave me some money. They said we have money set aside for you. It wasn't a ton. It was a nice little chunk that they're like, this is set aside for you for college. But I was like, I want to buy a computer, so that I used all of my college money to buy a computer, $1,000 scanner. Like that's
Do
what
all
I
the graphic
wanted. I had
stuff.
no doubt this is what I'm going to do with my life. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's going to be successful, but I know this is what I care about. And 40 years later, it's fine. It's not, I'm not living high in the hog by any stretch, but I love what I do.
I
I
think
love
like
this shit.
yeah, especially what you and I have done with our career paths and just life
Yeah.
choices and like, the things I do spend money on in my house are things that make me really happy. They're not just like performative, like
You're not trying to keep up with the Joneses.
oh, like
You're like,
I put a
look at my
movie theater
fucking
in my
CD
basement.
collection. Look at, yeah.
Yeah, like it's these are things that
How can I
just bring me
present movies
joy.
in a great way for people to see?
Yeah, and I love entertaining people and having people over and just like I mean my girlfriend from Canada, she's always like the
She's
second I
real. I've
went
met
to
her.
your
She's
house,
great.
she is real. She's like your house is just so warm and inviting and things like that. And then like, the things that like you've
When have you ever
invested
heard that
in.
before?
What's that?
Has anybody you've ever dated say your home is warm and inviting?
There have been a couple people that are like your home, house is really comfortable, but definitely
Okay.
she put it the most. But like other people have said like your house just has like a vibe to it where like it's very comfortable. Like people feel relaxed. They're like they're not going to break something or it's not like
Yeah.
it's not that kind of a house or whatever. And I think your places are the aesthetic choices of cool things that you hang up and do with yours and how you've set yours up. Again, we're people that like try and just live to make ourselves happy, but not live in excess or do anything kind of crazy. Like I
Hmm.
can't afford to travel on my own, but I figured out a way to do it with high school kids so that I can see things and whatever. It's like we
That's
figured it out.
my whole life. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't afford to do normal
Yeah.
things necessarily, but I figure out a way to get what I want. You know?
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. All right, well, let's get into it. We talked a little bit about these two songs. We're going to hear from John and Hunter once again at the very beginning here. So we're going to hear two tunes from Marrow of the Spirit, Black Lang Nidstang, and Ghosts of the Midwinter Fires. I think they also like, and we were kind of talking about the legacy of the band from a critical sort of perspective, and that's probably hard for you to assess sometimes, John, because you're at the belly of the beast. But I think like one of the things that I always sort of aspired to or found appealing, I think both of us, would also agree with this, is that there was something more elegant and sometimes maybe intellectual about what the European metal scene was doing than say a lot of what the American metal scene was doing in the 90s. There are exceptions, Voivod, and other bands that were clearly bringing art and intellectualism and stuff into it. But I think that Agalloch really was a game changer for a lot of the American sort of underground extreme metal scene to not be afraid of that intellect and some of those kind of left of center ideas that were much more rampant, I would say, in the European metal scene than they were in the American metal scene. I don't know. That's a perspective I've had. I don't know what your guys' thoughts on that were.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Um, it's funny that you mentioned Alcest and me being kind of in the center of everything because I was actually a few days ago, Alcest played in Portland and I met up with them, early in the day and was hanging out with Nish and catching up with, because I mean, we go way back with Alcest. I mean, to their very first show, literally, because they opened for us playing their
Wow.
first show. And and it's like it's so cool to see how far they've come, And and he was talking about how like every show they play, there's so many Agalloch shirts in the audience. And I was just like, oh, that's weird. But then he's like, well, no, you guys are like very important. You guys are legendary. You guys are like next level on a pedestal. And I was just like, I can't see it that way because I'm too close to the source, but he's just like, yeah, well, so it's like every time I kind of talk down on Agalloch, he would just be like, dude, no, seriously, you guys are like, because I even told him, I was like, you guys have surpassed everything that we've done. You've got more albums out, you've played more places, you've played bigger venues. You've grown into a really good band where Agalloch kind of didn't. And he just disagreed with me. He's like, no, you don't understand the legacy that you guys have. And I guess I never will.
Sure. Yeah, it's almost like you guys are like the Stooges and they're the Ramones or something like that. You guys had to take some of the hardships and the bullets and, some of the mistakes that you guys had to make and trying to figure out what the pathway was. And they've got to sort of enjoy some of those successes, in a lot of ways. So,
And if I can speak personally, I found myself divorced from American metal culture in the mid 90s because it had just gotten so macho and just so unappealing. And I found inspiration in the emotional aspects and the sort of the rarefied ideas of European metal bands. And when Agalloch came along, it was like we had an American voice for that finally. Um, and that was also super inspiring.
I mean,
well said.
we're a bunch of nerds, really. I mean, we're a bunch of, literature and film nerds that were into like European metal, and we just kind of brought that. Here's the thing: is like we've gotten called pretentious more times than I can count, but I don't really see it as that. We're not pretending to be anything that we're not. I mean, we are just expressing exactly what we're into, and because we're the stuff that the interests that we have are very artsy fartsy. That's just the way that we want to pursue our music.
And I'm sure, Hunter with Radical, and I'm sure with Requiem, we've also been tagged as that sometimes too, because of the kind of approach that we take to it,
Yeah.
that we're not just a bunch of boneheaded metal dudes that are just like we're trying to, offer intellect and analysis and historical context. And Mark and I talk a lot about movies, and I know you and Jeff talk a lot about like other sort of left of center influences and stuff. And I think there's a shared community, and I think you know, I mean, I'll be honest, like, Hunter brought up Requiem before, but Mark and Chris were like my lifesaver because I didn't really know where to go outside of just reading a few reviews on Metal Maniacs that were about, Tiamat and some other things that were kind of happening elsewhere. I didn't have anybody to go on that journey. And when I met Mark and Chris in my hometown who were doing this Requiem zine, I was like, holy shit, this is it. This is like where I need to go. Cause I was turned off by the machismo and the aggression. It wasn't appealing to me. And I don't know if I would have stuck with metal if I hadn't have found Anathema, Catatonia, Opeth, these kind of bands that were, Dark Tranquility, things like that. So
Yeah.
I just think there's like a sharedness regardless of whether you're a musician or you're coming at it from like a fan of like kind of underground films or whatever it is, call it pretentious or whatever, if that's the terms that people want to use. But I just think that there is an audience for that, and there's a crowd, and people I think like us, are drawn to that. And that doesn't mean we're pretentious. It just means we're looking for something more, something more
Right.
in metal or in our music or in our art, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that we aren't snobs. I mean, Don and there's a funny memory I have of 2001, and Don and I were in line to see Marduk and Deicide, and we were like all dressed up, like like nice coats and stuff, and we're looking around, and there's like all these like drunk metalheads like tailgating, and we were just like, you know what? Fuck this. Let's go get some dinner instead. And we ended up leaving.
Yep.
So it's like stuff like that. I mean, oh, there's a lot of stories like that where it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, we were definitely snobs, but I think it also comes from the European influence. I mean, bands like Over were very much, they founded themselves on being kind of these snobbish, intellectual types, and we were attracted to that,
Yeah.
you know.
100%. That's becoming a film major. Part of what led me into that and a history major was my snobbery and I don't want to use that term in a negative way, but just like I wanted more out of stuff, and I just wasn't happy with what like the I was being given, with the things that were on the radio and the TV, whatever it was. I wanted more, and it didn't matter if it was music or film or whatever. But I knew that there was something beyond what the was on the surface or in the mainstream.
Yeah, and I've always been the kind of person that, like, if you use the word metal as an adjective, we can't be friends, you know? So,
100%. I get that. I get that. So I guess to back up for a moment, to go back in time, back to 2010 is where Marrow's Spirit, your next full length, kind of comes out. It seems more aggressive, more angry, more propulsive than a lot of the things up to that point. Perhaps maybe even the most black metal release. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you want to sort of look at that. What was kind of the driving force behind that record and bringing ASAP into the band out of Ludacra and just, I guess, the story about that record?
well, that was a reaction to Ashes Against the Grain. You
Hmm.
know, I thought that Ashes Against the Grain was our Nickelback album, and I wanted to make a fucking Over album. You know, so it's like, okay, it's our Catatonia album, which is also a Nickelback album. But I digress. I'm not going to bash Catatonia right now.
You heard it here first, guys. Catatonia and Nickelback together again for the first time.
Actually, if we want to digress, here's something about Catatonia that I was affected by
Go
when
ahead, digress away.
we played with Catatonia in 2006. That was and when I saw Catatonia live for the first time, that was the first time I'd ever seen them.
Hmm.
And that was the first and last time I'll ever watch them.
They
I
are
was
not a fabulously good live band. I've seen them live several times, and I always
Yeah.
want them to be more than what they are.
Well, I had the unfortunate experience of being in the front row, and I was so excited to see them, because I loved everything that they'd done up until that point. And that was like
Cold Distance is
Cold Distance.
2006. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And I just remember at one point I'm like watching them thinking, this is like watching Motley Crue with the singer of The Cure. This is not what I wanted this is not the experience I wanted. And then at one point, like Blackheim was literally like pumping his crotch in my face with his white snake tattoo. And I'm just like, no. And so from that day forward, I was like, I will never see Catatonia live again.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of jumped the shark around that time in a lot of ways. I
That
happened
was
to see them. Oh, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was
Sorry.
just gonna say, and that was they actually lost me as a fan, because it's like, and
Really?
then Night is the New Day came out, and I remember when that album came out, and I got a promo of it, I think from the end, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll check it out. I like The Great Cold Distance, and I put it in my CD player, and that was like the one that had like, I hated the album cover, I hated the title, and there was, I think there was one point where it was like, I'll wear I'll wear a darker color or like I'll wear black until they make a darker color, something like that was in the booklet. So I was just like the whole time looking at it like this. And I put it in, and during that first song, I was like driving around, and I've never done this before, and I haven't done it since. But that was the one and only time where I literally halfway through the song, like ejected it and threw it out the window. Oh my God.
Oh, that's so awesome.
And
So
then I was
sad
like,
for
I'm not a
Catatonia,
fan anymore.
but yeah. Oh man. We got to see them live the very first time that when they played in Milwaukee. The first that was the first time Anathema, Opeth, that was a big one. And they closed with End Time, and that was a pretty phenomenal song to see Jonas
Yeah.
sing. And there was an intensity there. They didn't have any confidence, and you could feel that sort of like insecurity on stage, which I think fits really well with them. They shouldn't
Oh,
be cock rock. They should be really
exactly.
awkward weirdos because that's who they are. So
Right.
um
And that's the thing is, and I think the show that we played with them, I think that influenced Dawn because after that, Dawn started to be a lot more flamboyant on stage.
no. Hunter, what's your hot Catatonia take? We're here for him. Here it is, your chance to get one in.
Um, so I've never seen them live. I have heard,
Consider yourself lucky.
Yeah,
yeah,
don't, I guess.
one of the reasons that I never have seen them live is when Jeff and I became friends. We became friends like summer of 2001, and Last Deal had just come out, and we were talking about that and how much we liked it, and how like they had a really good drummer now and all this, and he was like, they're a really shitty live band,
Yeah.
like really shitty. And so I never saw him. I go up to Great Cool Distance. I thought, and beyond what John mentioned about the signification of all the like kind of hot topic, yet like goth kind of bullshit with Night is the New Day. I just think it's a boring album. I think it drags. I think it's it never really. There's very little variation on it. Um, so I love everything from the demo up to Great Cool Distance. Um, but Discouraged Ones is one of my favorites.
Mhm.
I think it's a super bleak record. I love the guitar tone on that. Um,
I love their like early Death Doom or Black Doom stuff too.
yeah, totally,
Yeah.
totally.
Yeah,
I
Brave Murder
love
Day is
For
probably
Funerals
my
to Come.
favorite record of all time. As people who are longtime Requiem fans know, like Brave Murder Day is like my Uber, but they'll never, that's a singular thing.
Oh,
You know what I
but
mean?
dude, like
So,
the two tracks on the War Comp
oh,
are
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
Well,
magic.
for funerals to come, that
Oh
that
yeah,
that track
oh,
single-handedly influenced stuff Stone and Pillar. That
yeah. I could see,
that
I
was
could
my
hear it.
attempt at creating a Catatonia song, basically.
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah. No, I try and be a Catatonia defender for their newer stuff, but I don't listen to those records anymore. Like I'll listen to them when they come out and I'll like a song here and there, but it's hard. John, you're probably not aware of this, but our fans have created a Catatonia Paradise Lost drinking game because of the amount of references that Mark and I dropped for Catatonia and Paradise Lost. So we just got some people really fucked up. I just want you to know that there are a lot of people drunk and puking right now because of our conversation. So
About Gothic.
yeah, yeah. Oh man, we're gonna put people in the hospital here. So, but
Perfect.
yeah, that's how black metal is that, right? That's the ultimate fault, to put people in the hospital with your music and episodes. So I guess like, Marrow seems like it was kind of in a lot of ways another sort of peak for you guys. It won, Album of the Year and other accolades and things like that. So as you kind of think about that record and Aesop joining and stuff, like what are your highlights of that record or songs that sort of stand out to you or things that you think really have stood the test of time with Marrow
We
versus
got
say Ashes?
we got
You know,
really, really, really lucky with that album because that album is a pile of shit. Um, the production of that album is garbage, and it was because we had decided to change producers, and we wanted to work with a krautrock guy, thinking that it would benefit us, and it didn't. It definitely benefited songs like Black Lake Nidstang.
Hmm.
But as far as like Into the Painted Gray, he didn't know how to produce that. He didn't know how to record that. And we were like, everything we did on that album was in opposition to what we did on Ashes. So it's like we have to record on tape. We have to use vintage gear. I at the time was started to collect Travis Bean guitars and vintage amps and stuff like that. And it's just like I want to let's make it like a really dark, gross black metal album. But I wanted it to sound good. I wanted that album to sound like Lunar Aurora. And my original dream production was from Marcus Stock from Imperium, which at the time I didn't know him. So I had to bring in a bunch of his productions as references for Stephen Lobdell, and he didn't get it. So yeah, that was another misstep for us. I mean, I think the material is really, really good on that album. But the production was just terrible. It was terrible in the opposite way that Ashes was. It was like Ashes was too polished and Marrow was too unpolished.
Yeah.
I will say this, Marrow the Spirit has been remixed by Marcus Stock.
Ah.
I got my wish. So in 2023, when we were in Germany, I took all the files because we had all the files or all this material had been digitized and put on a drive, and I sent that to Marcus because by that point I knew Marcus really well. I'd worked with him before, and so I was like, "Hey, what do you?" And I remember when we were working on the Pelorian album together, we talked about Marrow the Spirit, and he was just like, if I would have mixed that album, it would have been a very different animal. And I was like, "Damn it!" So in 2021 to 2022, I had sent him those songs, and I was like, "Hey, could you just mix these and see what it would sound like? Don't change any of the tones, just mix them better." And he mixed Ghost of the Winter Fires, and it was amazing. It was exactly what I wanted. So I had him mix the whole record, and it's going to get released eventually on Eisenwald. Eisenwald's doing all of the albums.
Sure,
so.
yeah.
So that's going to be, like I said, now, like the Marcus Stock production of that is amazing. Now it's like my favorite Agalloch album.
Wow.
But before it was garbage. And that's, unfortunately, it was one of our highest selling albums. So most of the copies that are out there are of the old production.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So is Eisenwald going to do a booklet for Ashes and for Marrow? Cool. Yeah, I have the first two so far. When do the next ones come out?
Well, hopefully the Ashes one's going to come out before the May shows.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Because if they don't, that's going to be a disaster.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's you guys are playing that album. Yeah, it should.
Yeah.
It should. So yeah. Well, and then
hopefully Marrow will come out by the end of the year.
And that will have like a separate bonus disc with the new remix on it then?
Yes.
Gotcha. Is there anywhere to hear any of those songs? Have you leaked any on YouTube or anything like that? Okay. I didn't know. So
Hunter, have you heard that?
No.
Whoa.
See,
Well, no, let me.
I mean, you guys haven't even met, so that makes sense,
Yeah,
So.
I heard, I think 5 minutes of Black Lake on Jason's computer in my little guest room there, but that's not much of an experience.
Sure.
So,
Did you notice a sizable difference as sort of an outside perspective?
oh yeah,
Yeah. Cool.
yeah. No, it'll be, and like I said, that's just from 5 minutes, of an hour-long album, so or more than that. But yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, can't wait. That's exciting news. So
Marcus has become my go-to guy for mixing. I mean, if Agalloch makes another record, I decree that he mixes the record. and all I have to say is, you've heard the Pelorian record, right?
yeah. Ghosts of the Midwinter Fires, and Black Lake Nidstang from Marrow of the Spirit. So we're gonna keep on trudging here. About a month or
Trudging,
two. Trudging.
trucking, man.
Trucking. Yeah, trudging would be like a sludge episode, right?
Yeah.
To trudge
It's
through
like
the
a crowbar
sludge.
episode. This is what
Yeah.
movies trudging.
I just got an alert for Crowbar and oh god, who else is playing? Is in September in like Detroit area. It was somewhat halfway decent. I was like got something on my Facebook, so um, I I don't know if I'll go or not. I don't know if it's worth it, but we'll see. Um, I lost my train of thought. Oh, a couple months after Marrow came out a digital single came out called "Where Shade Once Was" in 2010, and it originally appeared on this cool compilation called Oak Folk. Say that 5 times fast. Oak Folk. And it featured a bunch of European and North American like ambient, folk, and black metal artists
Mhm.
whose connection to nature and trees was the only consistent through line. I looked to see what else was on it, and I didn't know any other band on it except Agalloch. So it must be a lot of like weird ambient bands and other weird nature fucking folk music or something. So but yeah, the song is only John and Jackie from Ambersheim on the cello, so that's kind of it. It's kind of a cool neo folk song. They don't really, Agalloch doesn't do this stuff really anymore. The stuff from the Mantle, so this is kind of like the last gasp of this style of their type of music, I suppose, and kind of connects back to the White EP that we talked about in part two, and kind of a nice palate cleanse before we get into the next EP, which is Faustian Echoes. So yeah, kind of a cool little song. So we'll start with that. But really, what this set is going to be about is this kind of in between Marrow and their final record called, The Serpent and the Sphere in 2014, comes Faustian Echoes in 2012. And it was put out on their own sort of John's own little sub label called Damaroon Arts. And it's basically his own little Portland sort of sub label. And it's the first album they did with Billy Anderson, and he had become their sound guy doing a lot of their live sound at that point, and they realized like this is the guy that we need to like be recording our music from this point on. He understands us. He understands recording. He's doing Neurosis, or he had done Neurosis, and all these other kind of stuff that Billy Anderson's kind of associated with. And so
Dude, I hate God and
yeah, High on Fire, I believe he's done some. Sleep, did he do
I feel like he did.
yeah, I think he did Sleep and some other kind of things. But
Did he do like a cathedral record?
did that's Stephen O'Malley. Well, no, Stephen O'Malley did the cover to
He's the cover.
Cathedral. Was that the record that Billy Anderson did the recording of though? The Stephen O'Malley one? End
Maybe.
Time? Yeah, I'd have to look. But yeah, he's kind of a big wig name.
He was
you know?
It was a big deal for a while.
Yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure. So this is a little excerpt from the book where Don Anderson's kind of first talking a little bit about Faustian Echoes, and he says, "We didn't actually record with our own gear until Faustian Echoes," says Anderson of Agalloch's slow growth towards financial stability. "Either the studio had great gear we would use, or we would borrow, or we would use stuff we'd had since we were teenagers. 2010 was a major turning point when we all started to notice something had changed. We'd entered another level with success in what we could do. We had a band fund, and we were able to make money and start making our own merch, and everybody was able to buy the gear that they wanted. Then we started working with Billy Anderson doing live sound. ASAP knew him. So once we got a sound guy, we actually sounded good now almost every night. From there, things blew up. We started doing more tours regularly, playing Europe regularly, doing festivals. That's when the band just blew up after Marrow, and it was a really exciting time. The band, though, still feels that Marrow's outcome was far from perfect. John Hamm admits, he says, quote, I think Black Lang Nidstang certainly succeeded in being as dark and terrifying as I intended, but I think the rest of the album overall falls flat. Frankly, I think Faustian Echoes was a much better result of that kind of attitude, musically, performance-wise, and production. That's what I wanted Marrow to be. Decker echoes the sentiment, quote, we had a discussion afterwards, and I said, I don't want to make records like this. The Faustian Echoes EP was me getting my way. We'll write this way we write. will write this way, the way we write. Jeez, that doesn't make any sense. That's what he said. So he's quoted through the mail. Then we'll rehearse it and play it live in the studio. And it came out great. So we decided that that was exactly how we should make the Serpent and the Sphere. Faustian Echoes consists of a single 20-minute track that wraps all of Agalloch's best qualities melodicism, aggression, narrative flow around the samples from visionary Czech filmmaker Jan Svankmayer's Faust, which in turn is based on the legend of Dr. Faust, who made the famously ill advised bargain with the devil. The EP represents a moment of refinement for the newly congealing band before they set out to forge their final massive statement, 2014's The Serpent and the Sphere. What does he say? Around Marrow, Anderson says, I started feeling like Agalloch needed to evolve, and I started seeing the wall separating sculptured and Agalloch becoming a bit more permeable. I come from a very technical background. We've got to start trying different chords, different harmonies, different key signatures. We've got to start experimenting with dissonance. Not decibel omega, but we've got to start mixing things up harmonically. And I think that gets us to this very interesting Faustian Echoes EP. And, the artwork, I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but next time you come down, I'll show it to you because I think it's one of the most beautiful CD packagings I've seen. And they kind of based all of it on the etchings of Faust that were done by Salvador Dali. So there's a really interesting aesthetic to it. So you probably could find it online or whatever looking at it. But, the whole song is a conversation between Faust, Mephistopheles, Margaret, who is the female kind of character, and then the manager character. And so, actually, if you look on Metal Archives for the lyrics of the song, it actually assigns different parts to the different characters as they're, I guess, talking. The samples are from this Czech 1994 movie that's basically like stop motion mixed with live actors and giant puppets and clay model animation. It's quite an experimental film. I've never seen it. Have you ever seen any like of the Faust adaptations, like the Fritz Lang film from the 20s or anything based on Faust, or just kind of know the legend?
I mean, I know the comic book Faust.
Was there?
Yeah,
Oh, wait, I do remember that. Wasn't it like an indie comic?
yeah, from the night. It's
He was like a
pretty.
Batman kind of guy, wasn't he? Or something
Yeah,
like
he,
that?
he had big like Wolverine claws, and it was
Yeah,
like
I remember that.
nudity, and
Okay.
it was
Pretty
Tim
edgy.
Vigil was the
Okay.
art. He was the artist.
Yep. Was that
It
the
was
same
like
like
very underground.
was that Vampirilla like that
It's like of similar ilk, but
comic
there was like I think
company?
the late '80s, early '90s is probably the most. I think probably the most fruitful for underground comics to actually have like the Crow and
Yeah.
Geo like being like this weird Detroit guy, Geo Bar becoming a big deal
Yeah. Yeah.
with fucking movies and shit. Like I would throw that Faust comic in the same kind of level as that.
I wonder if it was it like a Spawn type thing where they made a pact with the devil type thing?
I
I don't
think,
know
but
anything about the comic.
it predated Spawn.
Okay. Well, no, I'm just saying the same kind of story. Spawn kind of is a Faustian
I think I
aspect
mean
to it.
I know there was tits and blood,
Okay. Well, yeah.
so it was just
That's all you
something that
needed
like
that time.
violence, nudity, everything you want out of an indie comic back in the late '80s.
So like
That's
for
kind of what this
people that
was.
aren't like lit people, Faust, Christopher Marlowe wrote a play about Faust. He was kind of Shakespeare's rival,
Mhm.
Marlowe was, and then Goethe, the German author, did of course the Dr. Faustus, kind of famous treatise, which I think is what this movie is kind of based on. And then
Mhm.
the one I'm most familiar with is from 1926, the Fritz Lang movie on Faust that he did. That was like a year before he did Metropolis. So he was kind of like right in the beginning
I think
of.
I've seen clips. I've never seen the full thing
Yeah,
from that.
yeah. So, but again, it's an I mean, we're not going to break the song down. It's freaking 20 minutes long or whatever. But essentially, Aesop gets to go kind of full blast halfway through the song. Don's got some really cool, tasteful solos in it. It's this really kind of perfect convergence of like the doom, the black, and the dark kind of avant ideas, I guess. And you
Like
also get like,
samples and yeah.
yeah, cool samples. Walton's bass really gets to shine in the second half. I
Hmm.
feel like Billy Anderson is like the first guy that knows how to record Jason Walton's bass. Because like on this and on the Serpent, the Sphere, you actually like get a lot more of the presence of his like bass recordings and stuff. So I think that's a
We can hear it.
good thing
Yeah.
moving forward, you know. And he becomes like a more of a, and we'll get into it when we talk about Serpent, but he becomes a more involved songwriter, and so that's
Hmm.
a good kind of aspect. But um, yeah, what was your kind of hot take on this long song the first time you sat and listened to it? Anything kind of interesting jump out to you, or do you think it works overall? Like,
Yeah, I
with
mean, I
John's
think
opinion that it sounds better than some of the stuff they'd done before, or
I would agree. I think long songs are always, I don't know, they can be like some type of proving ground for people. They can be a bragging point. I don't know how often a very long song really like where what they say couldn't be said a little bit more condensed. But I think that just comes down to to personal taste. Um, I think I'm not opposed to long songs, but I like when people can be more concise with an idea. But I find this stuff more interesting than earlier Agalloch.
yeah. Well, this even in the interview when John kind of talked a little bit about Faustian echoes, Hunter came out and said that was like maybe the favorite thing that he had heard from Agalloch, and John was like, "I think it's the best thing we ever recorded." And then Asap said the same thing. So it
Yeah.
seems, for like an EP that doesn't get really talked about, it seems to be pretty important, which is why the fact that everybody was talking about, I was like, well, should we just play an excerpt of it? And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Just, it is what it is. We'll just use it as a whole set. I think
Hmm.
there's not a lot of material. We're really only talking about two full lengths this episode. So I was like, I think this EP is important enough to sort of put in there as being the first Billy Anderson. It's kind of like where the band gelled the most, maybe, so in a lot
They
of
start
ways.
to become what like having their own identity,
Yeah.
I
Yep.
think.
And there's teeth to it too. There's an intensity to it, but it
Hmm.
also has like some of the cool atmospherics, and it's yeah, and it's the band recording together really for the first time, in a lot of
Hmm.
ways, whereas they were doing everything kind of separate and just mailing it to each other before. So, but yeah, so let's get into it. We're gonna hear from John and Hunter again, and then we'll hear the from the single from 2010, "Where Shade Once Was," and then of course we'll hear all of Faustian Echoes. Enjoy.
I went through a period where I was very dark and kind of out of control. And that split kind of came from that, and Pelorian kind of came from that. I mean, Pelorian was a band that was a product of that craziness. And that craziness ended up kind of imploding that band as well. So, I had to kind of crash and burn and kind of rebuild myself up. And in the process, I rekindled my friendship with Don and Jason. And after Eisenwald was wanting to do all these reissues, and I was constantly working on these designs and stuff with them. And it was just like it got to the point where I was like, I'm doing all this like this tedious work, and we're not having fun. The band is like in essence continuing, but it's without all the fun of playing live or making music. And so one day we were just hanging out, and I just kind of dropped the bomb where I was just like, maybe we should play a show. And Don like spilled his drink, and it was like that kind of thing. Um, because like it got to the point where it's like, and yeah, here's the other thing that was really fundamental was COVID.
Mm.
Nobody was playing live anymore. I missed playing live. I wanted to pursue my solo stuff, but I couldn't because of COVID. Everything was shut down. And so by the time that, 2022 rolled around, things were kind of coming back together. And it was just like, I really miss playing live. And I miss playing big shows. I miss playing really cool venues. Um, and so that's where that came from. And then, at the time I wasn't on good terms with Aesop. And so we wanted to start fresh with the drummer. And, Don thought maybe Hunter might be a good fit. So yeah, that's how that came from.
So Hunter, as you kind of enter the band now, talk to me about like becoming, like you said, you're still a major fan and now you're sort of part of this experience. Like, what has that sort of been like for you? It's kind of a big question, but I guess just,
Yeah,
give us a
yeah,
little
that's
perspective, I guess, on like, how you approach that, I suppose.
so I joined Sculptured first
Hmm.
and had a couple of years, getting to know Jason and Don better. And then Don rang me up at the house in early 2023 and said, "This is going to sound weird, but would you be willing to fly out and audition for Agalloch?" And he didn't even get the lock out before I said yes. Um, but no, we like no, we it was the first we did it right that first visit because we spent a day just hanging out and spending some time with each other and we all got along and then we did 2 days of rehearsal and I mean the chemistry was there and then I went back a few months later and we did it again and it was even better and so it's just I mean no it's I think it's been better on all along. And I mean, like John and Jason and Don are now some of my best friends. So I mean, it's been a wild ride for me to join one of my favorite bands, but like it's also just been super cool too. And it was kind of effortless.
Yeah, I,
We
I
prefer
kind of
it that
get
way.
it because like in a completely, allegorical sort of way, like that's sort of what it was. You brought up Requiem Zine. Like I looked up to Mark and Chris and Albert from Decibel and all these people, and here I am like now all of a sudden like I'm interviewing, you guys and Tom G, Warrior and all this, Mantis from Venom and it's like I was so intimidated by all of my fandom for all of this, but I had to sort of like get over that. And then all of a sudden I've become friends with all of these people that I think I was not necessarily intimidated by, but just, it's, I don't know. You have to get to know them on a human level. And then it's sort of, you're like, oh, this is supernatural. This is not weird at all. This is exactly what it should be, Jeff included. I mean, I read Metal Maniacs in the 90s and, now Jeff and I get pizza when I go to North Carolina, Wagner and stuff, so it's like, I'm very, it's weird. I'm like a fan who's living my dream of getting to
I
like
rem
do all this fun shit.
yeah, I remember getting my first email from Jeff and like how excited I was. And now it's like, God damn it. It's
Another
Wagner.
fucking email
Yeah,
from Wagner. Yeah,
Jesus.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So,
I had a similar experience. I had a similar experience with Alex Webster from Cannibal Corpse because he moved to Portland about 10 years ago. And we connected because Agalloch and Cannibal played at some festivals together and he had told Jason, "Oh yeah, I just moved to Portland and I don't know anybody." And I was like, "Well, we're somebody." And yeah, it was weird, like just hanging out at Alex Webster's house in Beaverton and like getting pizza and talking about old metal. It's just like, what the fuck? I mean, and I'm not even that big of a Cannibal Corpse fan, but it's just like it's so strange because like he's kind of a legend, and
he's an elder statesman almost.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
exactly.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. It is. It's weird. We're all getting to that weird age where it doesn't really matter anymore. We're kind of all, on equal footing with
right. I
that stuff.
mean, one of my biggest vocal influences of my career is Tonally from Sentenced and on
Mm-hmm.
Nazarene. Especially his performance on North from Here. And it's like in 2019, I'm like hanging out with him in his flat in Finland, drinking beers and talking about like the Impaled Nazarene and stuff. It was just really weird. But
Yep.
that's part of a lot of that's part of just social media. You get connected. It's like, oh, I found out in 2013 that he was a tattoo artist and I was going to be in Finland, so it's like, okay, I'm going to have him tattoo the Bathory goat on me because how cult is that?
Yeah.
And then it just turns into a friendship,
Sure.
and it's really, and then he's like telling me in the middle of the night how much he loves like my Cast Iron Blood album, and it's just like wow,
It's wild. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I think my breakthrough metal moment like that was the second time I interviewed Anathema back in the Eclipse Requiem days, and started to actually develop quite a friendship with Vincent, and we went back to the hotel room to like drink Crown Royal with him, and the whole time Vincent just like wanted to ask me questions about Nick Drake and Jeff Buckley, and that's all we talked about, you know. And then I told him he was talking about how much he loved At the Drive-In. I was like, yeah, it's really a bummer that they broke up, and he was like, he looked at me, he was like, what? And I was like, oh shit, dude. Yeah, they broke up. And he was like almost like in tears. I was like, oh man, I just like broke this guy's heart and shit. But it was like we were like operating like friends, just hanging out, drinking, bullshitting about music. And I was like, this is really weird. You know, here we are. I'm with Anathema, these guys I look up to, and we're kind of just like equals right now. It's cool, you know? So
Did you tell him about Sparta?
I did. I tried to explain Mars Volta and Sparta a little bit, but I
Yeah.
don't think he was having it at that point. So he was just in a spiral, you know. So
I mean, I kind of had a similar experience when Agalloch had our very first tour. We toured with Antimatter and a
yeah,
Virgin
yeah.
and Black from Australia, and it was a weird having like Duncan Peterson,
Duncan, yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, just hanging out in a van with us. You know, he played on all those classic records.
It's weird because Duncan used to be on Facebook, and there were a couple times where he and I got into like some cool like conversations about like non music related things. And I was like, oh, this is weird. Like Duncan Patterson and I are like talking to each other about like movies or so. It was just, you know, like you said, the power of social media has a great equalizer, you know, when it's used in its, you know, good ways, I guess, you know. So
Yeah,
I
on
guess,
that tour,
oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I think I found like a Talk Talk album that I was looking for,
Mm.
and we ended up just nerding out about Talk Talk for hours, like in the van. And it was just like so strange. Like, you
Yeah.
played on Crestfallen.
Hunter, you're somebody obviously on Radical that talks a little bit about obviously the weirder sides of extreme metal and stuff. Do you have a particular sort of favorite experimental thing that Agalloch has done in their career with all these various singles and EPs and different kind of weird collaborations, like one that or a song or just an EP or really anything that really jumps out to you as like, ah, that was really left of center, but really, really, you know, vibe with, you know, where I was at or things I was thinking about.
One of my favorite things that Agalog's ever done is Faustian Echoes.
Oh,
Um,
yeah,
I'm
me too.
I'm a huge fan of that. Um, and that one, big fan of the White EP, but when I heard Faustian Echoes, that just seemed like a really, really meaningful and significant departure that just really worked. It sounded so inspired to me. It still does. I still listen to and Jason, like even though I play these songs, I still find myself listening to Agalloch and Sculptured.
Yeah,
I'm a fan. I'm involved now, but I'm still just such a huge fan of that music.
sure. Yeah, that was going to be a later question, but we might as well tackle it now. Like, what was the idea behind the Faustian Echoes in 2012? I mean, I know obviously Faust, but just like where did that sort of come together?
Well, that was post Marrow.
Yeah,
We had played, so we played a show in Israel in 2011, and we were on our way back, and we had a layover in Frankfurt, and one of the places that Frankfurt Airport is one of the places we've come to know very well, you know, and there's a bar there called the Gute Bar, and we were sitting there having drinks and stuff. And I was like, we were talking about maybe what our next move was going to be. And I was like, well, let's do an EP. Let's do a conceptual EP about Faust. And everyone was like, cool, yeah. And it's like, let's bring like samples from like the Schrankmeyer film, but I'll take the lyrics from the actual poem and let's like just, let's go home and just like write it as a band for the first time. Because that was the first time we ever did that. And so yeah, when we came home, Don and I sat down at the rehearsal space and we just bashed it out. It was like, okay, I have this riff. And he's like, okay, I got this riff. And that was the first time literally in our career we'd actually wrote a song like that. So that was
yeah, and I know. Well, I
that
also
was
know.
experimentation.
Well, and I've heard Aesop talk, and we're about to talk about him when we talk about Marrow's Spirit, but I've heard him talk that he really felt like he could kind of play a little more loose and kind of open on that. And that was like one of the favorite things he ever did with you guys, he said, was Faustian, you know, so that's cool.
honest Faust? To call upon thee, Mephistopheles? Este I charge thee, Mephisto, wait upon me while I live, to do whatever Faustus shall come out, be it to make the moon drop from out her sphere, or the ocean to overwhelm the world. Go bear these tidings to great Lucifer. Say he surrenders up his soul, so that he shall spare him 24 years, letting him live in all voluptuousness governing life's flow, and not just its external show. The governing force, the reason. Some things can't be known, they are beyond your reach even when shown. Why should that be so? They lie outside the boundaries that words can address, and man can only grasp those thoughts which language can express. What? Do you mean that words are greater yet than man? Indeed they are. Then what of longing, or affection, pain and grief? I can't describe these, yet I know they're in my breast. What are they? Without substance, as mysteries. In that case, man is only air as well.
That was the entirety of Faustian Echoes. And before that, we heard the neo folk of Where Shade Once Was. So feels like the 20 minutes did not pass there for us, Mark. We just recorded that talk set. It was very quick. So now we got to kind of get into their final record here. The final statement thus far, as Mark alluded to. From 2014, the Serpent and the Sphere. And as John will talk about in the interview clips, it's an interesting attempt at kind of krautrock, meditative, almost kind of later era Neurosis records too, is kind of what the sort of feeling around this is. And it makes sense that they were listening to things like Tangerine Dream and other things that even the New Model Army, the way that the rhythm section is really kind of like Motoric beat, like krautrock, and stuff. It's got a little bit of that. So I think that's where their kind of brains were going. And you can hear some of that repetitious aspect in, Faustian Echoes and certainly in parts of Marrow, but I think they really actualize it on the Serpent and the Sphere. And it the criticism about this record, and even John talks about it and others have said it, is like it's got a lot of really great ideas. They execute a lot of the things that they want it to do, but that it doesn't have maybe the bombast, or for better lack of terms, the balls that they want it to have. Like Marrow's got some balls to it. There's some like heavy parts and kick you in the face kind of parts. Faustian obviously had that at times, especially the way Aesop kind of drums. But this is almost like so subdued in post rock in some ways that it's almost too subtle at times. It's kind of the way I feel about later Neurosis, like post
Sun That Never Sets.
Sun That Never Sets, is that like I like a lot of those records, but they're very contemplative, and that's cool if you're in the mood for that. But I think if you want like stuff that will, earlier Neurosis that kind of hit you in the face when you got those moments that built to it, those release moments, you get less and less of those in those last couple Neurosis records.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's okay. They're getting older. Maybe they're not as angry. They're doing more contemplative kind of things. And I think that's kind of where Agalloch is with this record. I don't know. What are your thoughts on this? Because you said you really enjoy the later kind of stuff. So,
I mean, I feel like it's the whole record feels more cohesive.
Yeah, that I agree with. It's like one flowing piece almost.
Yeah. I really don't have a problem with it at all. I'm not. I mean, I guess I can always understand criticisms of things, but it feels like what they should have been doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of get that.
Yeah, like I don't think it's. It just sounds more like them. It sounds like they've got a concrete idea going into it. The whole album feels like it's like song to song is a continuation of, the last one. It's very thematically kind of orientated.
And maybe that's both its greatest strength and its weakness, is that it has this consistent unity. And maybe people were like, this is very samey, but that's okay. That's kind of like what krautrock is, in a lot of ways, right? It's like this unity of ideas.
I think it's just more mature too. It's like,
sure,
not every song has to reinvent the wheel. Like, depending on like where you're coming from with your, what the idea for the album is, like, do you want it feel if it's not it feels like a cohesive um like everybody was on the same page and it's just a mature record.
Sure.
It's not as I don't like see it's not as obvious all of the influences aren't like on the sleeve as they were in previous records. I feel like
Hmm.
it feels like their record.
Yeah, I get that. Yep. Well, this is the last time I'm going to turn to Daniel's book, I believe, and it's just a short little passage where they talk a little bit more about this particular record. And so songwriting duties had been shifting throughout the band's career, beginning as primarily Hong's songs with assistance from the rest of the band, but later opening up to Anderson's music theory background and Walton's sensibilities. Anderson wrote Marrow's To Drown and substantial amounts of Faustian echoes. Walton wrote Serpent's gargantuan opening missive, Birth and Death of the Pillars of Creation, on bass, later handing it off for Anderson to flesh out. It was harmonically adventurous, says Anderson, more in line with the later Neurosis sound, which I was really into. Atmospheric, but a little bit sludgy. We also open with that song simply because the last album opened with a blast beat. So, all right, let's open with the slowest song possible. At the same time, Anderson is dismissive of the idea that credit should be distributed in some quantitative way. John and I always worked beautifully together. We were very complementary. It's not a pizza pie. You can't really divide it up into percentages. Again, though, Hom is convinced that the band should have folded after recording The Mantle, and Serpent presents another set of frustrations to the legacy he hoped the band could preserve. Quote, it's a solid rock album with metallic moments, but it doesn't have any of the balls or intensity that I'd hoped for. So I think that's almost more John's critique that I was kind of bringing up before.
Mm-hmm.
Decker adds that his sense of the record remains colored by his uncomfortable presence in the band. Quote, Serpent was a weird record for them because it marked the first, and I guess last, instance of everybody writing. We were writing in a practice room the way bands tend to do, instead of sending demos back and forth. We were actually discussing arrangements between the four of us. I still think the records I played on are not Agalloch's strongest records. That's obvious. It's not even a matter of opinion anymore. They didn't make anything as good as The Mantle or Ashes. I don't know if that's because we drastically changed the shape of the band. That was my fear. Those guys have a history that goes back to high school, and I'm not a part of it. They have idioms and language that they use, inside jokes, and I was never a part of. I was a hired guy, and I was invited to be a full-time member, but I never got it out of my head that I was a hired guy. So it's a unfortunate kind of dour perspective. I kind of understand where he's probably coming from, where you
Mm-hmm.
enter a friend group. I'm sure people are intimidated to come into our nerd circle when it's you, me, and Chris reminiscing or whatever. I mean, it's like a force field almost, and,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
some
there's
people are
years
able to
and
do it.
years of like inside jokes and everything else, but
Sure.
the like if that's the thing with like collaborations, it's really difficult to at least any collaborations I've done that I feel are have been successful. Um, I think you've got to let whoever is involved have as much of a say in what you're doing as you do. Like you, by being in a collaboration with somebody, you're all immediately saying, "I respect what you do as whatever it might be, as a drummer, as an artist, as a writer, as a history teacher, as a friend, like whatever it might be." Like I think you really need to. There's probably a fine line between a collaboration and the hire. If he feels like a hired gun, that's not a position I would really want to. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable being in.
Yeah.
Like I could, if somebody like hires me to do art, that's one thing. But I'm much more amenable if somebody's wants to hire me to do art, but is also, I really like what you do. Here's my idea. What would you do with this idea? That's where I would thrive. Not just like, can you play this? Can you do this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very layered situation for
It's
sure.
very complicated. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
You're entering into these guys' kind of private sphere, And I think the conventional wisdom on this record has always been that this is sort of like Agalloch's like final statement was soft, and it's
Is
good.
it really that soft?
I don't know. I'm
I've
not.
never heard this record until we did the show.
I was gonna say you have such an interesting perspective because you're coming in just completely fresh with no biases or whatever. But I think
I feel like it's a
Marrow.
really good like
I
last record.
Oh, I think it's great. And the more that I've pulled it out in preparation for this episode, the more I've kind of fallen in love with the record. I think in 2014 when it came out,
Mm-hmm.
we're like, wait, Marrow had all this black metal balls. Where did that go? And I think people didn't really know what to do with this record,
I'm
because
honestly fine with getting rid. Like I don't need any more black metal
no,
because
and I don't
black
think
metal
that,
bands did black metal better than Agalloch did,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it's cool as being like an influence early on, but like it doesn't have to be that obvious.
And the thing is
Um,
like Into the Painted Gray, the song we opened the whole show up with, is like the black metal song, right?
Yeah.
But like Black Lake, Nidstang, and Ghosts are not. So like I don't know what you know what I mean. Like that's
I feel
not
like the stuff that is not obviously black metal influenced. I find it more interesting, honestly.
sure. Yeah, no, I love this.
When
Don't get me
somebody
wrong.
plays me something by a band where it's like, oh, this sounds like this, I don't really care. But when it's like, wow, that's really weird or that's really interesting, that's where I'm, get more excited.
And I think that as I've gotten older and gotten more eclectic in my tastes, I think like I will lean more on this record than I will some of the records that got me into Agalloch, if that makes sense.
Totally. Yeah.
Like I'm gonna reach for this a lot more than I will Pale Folklore. And it's not because I mean I love that's a huge formative record for me, when it came out. But I've kind of cycled through it. I've kind of gotten what I need out of it. Whereas I feel like this is a record that every time I have been pulling it out, I notice something like a nuance to it because it is so subtle. It's not like immediate. It's not as like in your face. It's more contemplate. It's like a Neurosis record, right? If you just listen to a
mature
Neurosis
record.
record once, you don't get a whole lot out of it. You miss a lot of it, And I think the same thing. The first time somebody showed me like Can, I was like, all right. So I don't know. I'm supposed to get from this, or annoy or something. It's like that's not, you got to like sit with it and let it like kind of get into the rhythms of it. It's like tribal, you know what I mean? You got to kind of figure it out, that motoric beat and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's kind of like an appeal for a record like this in a way.
Well, I think Pale Folklore it's like one of those things where it was a band where they were where we were at that point.
100%. Yep.
But going back to listen to it now, you're like, we were at the same point with them, but now we understand where all these influences came from and everything else. So this is kind of not necessarily the most enlightened version of this band that we're going to hear.
Well, I think what saved Agalloch in a lot of ways for me is there were a lot of bands that were putting out similar-ish things in the late 90s to Pale Folklore, but their second record was not the mantle.
True.
Yeah, like I think of like Swallow the Sun, for example. Swallow the Sun is a really good band that I just don't.
They're fine.
Do you know what I mean? They do they check all the boxes, and yet I have no interest in them.
Well,
because
do you know what they don't do well? It sound like Aaron Stainthorpe on vocals.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know he's been singing with them.
But
you know what I mean? Like there are a lot of bands that are like that Swallow the Sun, like
they're very good at what they do, but it's just not. It's so specific sometimes that I'm just not like. I'm like it's not bad, but it doesn't like make the the hairs on my arm stand up.
Yeah,
like that's what I'm looking for music. I'm not looking for just like competently played doom death or whatever you'd say from them. But yeah, I like the stuff that's a little bit more off kilter, a little bit. Stuff that you can't necessarily pigeonhole right away.
And that's what recently I think I told you, I can't remember if it was on mic or before we recorded, but I've been on a pretty big anathema journey. Listened to, speaking of radical research, right before I left for Greece, I listened to the episode they did completely on Eternity. And Eternity was a record that meant a lot to me in high school. I listened to a lot when I was first dating Linda. I remember songs for her and things like that. Linda's a mutual friend of Mark and Chris and I's. But I hadn't really pulled that record out for a while, and they went song by song through it, and I was just like, I was almost like, it's like, damn, this is a really weird record. And Anathema were doing weird shit. And I think like in hindsight, we don't appreciate how eclectic a band like that, Silent Enigma, Pentecost, those are weird fucking they're not traditional Death Doom records. And then
No,
Eternity,
Pentecost 3 is fucking crazy.
it's
When you listen to
wild.
that record.
Even Alternative 4 is wild.
Mhm.
Judgment, the
Yeah.
diversity there, all the way really up to the one after A Fine Day to Exit. That record's really, really good. The red cover, Natural Disaster.
Mhm.
And, then they got a little more proggy and kind of predictable, but there's still some like great gems on those records post Natural Disaster. But
You
like,
didn't know what you're gonna get, which is
yeah,
you knew you were
it,
gonna get the
it's a
vibe of
curveball.
Anathema.
That's
But
it. It
yeah,
was like a curveball every time. It's like,
Yep.
fuck, what do they do? They reinvented themselves again. And Catatonia did that to some extent. So did
Mhm.
PL. And I think all the bands that we love the most from that era were doing that. And I think,
Bride did it as well.
yeah, Bride, holy shit. I mean,
Mhm.
the you go Turn Loose the Swan, the next three records, like it's like what? Like boom, boom, boom. By the time
Yeah.
you get to 34%, it's wild. And that's a record again that Wagner talking to me about it has turned my opinion around a bit. I never hated that record the way a lot of people did, but
I never
I think,
did either. I thought it was an interesting like move for them to do that.
yeah.
And it
So
was
I
like
just think,
a trip hop, thing
yeah,
coming into it. Like,
yep,
why the fuck
all
not?
that
It
kind
all
of
makes
stuff.
sense.
Yeah, it's the angel rap move,
Yeah,
that kind of
totally.
thing. And so yeah, so I just think Agalloch's doing that, and I think I'm fine. I like I said, I love this record, so I was just kind of curious. I didn't know. I kind of figured you'd like Marrow. I didn't really know what your thoughts would be on Serpent. I honestly, I was like, he might
I
like
think
it. He
I
might
like it
find it
more
kind
than
of
Marrow.
boring. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was like, I don't know because you hadn't heard this stuff, so I was like, this is a some things I can predict. Like I'm like, oh, when we do like Death Doom, like, oh, Mark's gonna really like this band. I just know it. I was
Yeah.
like, I'm not really sure. So. But let's dive in. So we're gonna hear really three full songs and then a connective tissue song that I'll kind of talk about in a second here. We're gonna start with the aforementioned that the book mentioned that Jason Walton wrote the opening song that Don said was purposely slow. The birth and death of the pillars of creation. Very majestic doom. It's kind of a twin to the opening tune from the Mantle in the Shadow, which is also kind of slow and contemplative. I think you can tell Walton wrote this song because he really gets to shine on the bass. You hear
Mhm.
a lot of that throughout this. It kind of sounds like a song written by all three members too. You can really like feel that there's everyone's got like a role to play, and it's very collaborative. And I don't
Mhm.
know if we always heard that in the past because, like I said, it has been
I think
really
it's
the
mostly
John
it
show.
feels the John show for the most part.
Yep. And that's fine, but this
Mhm.
is like it will be interesting to see, and we'll talk more about this near the end of the episode, that as they move forward, what version of Agalloch will we see moving forward? If they, and they will be recording some new stuff, but
I would assume it's going to be a more
yeah,
collaborative thing. Otherwise,
what's the point? Yep.
we'll do Pelorian,
Yep. Yep.
you know.
But like there's a lot of neurosis meets almost funeral doom tendencies. Like I hear some like evoking kind of things here, in how slow it is. But again, it's not boring slow. It just unfolds.
Mhm.
I mean, the song title itself tells you what it is. Birth and death of the pillars of creation. It's almost like this.
If this is a fast song, I would be like, why did you name this
Yeah, exactly.
like
It's so
this?
it's
Yeah,
got that. And
it's got
Don Solo.
the built-in
Yeah,
kind of
exactly. It's
ponderousness.
telling
Yes.
you what it's going to be,
Yeah.
majestic. And there's a solo near the end about the 8:30 mark from Don. I don't usually point this out, but he's very sumptuous, very, very tasteful. It's good stuff. And then we get the first of three, although we're only going to hear one in this episode. But throughout the album, there's these trilogy of instrumentals that sort of link the record. And they're all written by this Canadian artist named Nathaniel uh, La, La Rochette. I believe that's probably French Canadian. And he's part of this
Sounds like
band
it.
called Musk Ox that does like neo folk kind of stuff. Anyways, yeah. So he's doing kind of the classical guitar here, and he kind of wrote all of these little like linkage things. And this one's called Serpent's Caput, and then there's Serpents in the Sphere, I think, is later in the record, and there's a third one. So, but they're kind of just these like bridges that sort of link different songs throughout. And like you said, this whole album kind of sounds like a cohesive sort of piece. And I think that these little classical guitar pieces kind of help link it a bit. And then we go into the astral dialogue. And I've always kind of gotten from this tune like a mid-period kind of primordial feel.
Totally.
It kind
I
of,
think that's a lot of the neo folk
yeah,
influences as well.
you get a little bit of that with, and here's one for you, mixed with projector era Dark Tranquility riffs.
I can see that.
Yeah. It's not the like gallery era. It's just right after that, like that kind of like transition-y kind of stuff. So it's a really sick breakdown at like the 3:15 mark. That's like a fusion of Opeth and Eucharist. It's a really inventive and fun tune. So what were your thoughts on this tune?
I mean, I was just gonna say it's funny how like this is years and years after like Dark Tranquility's, early records,
Mm-hmm.
but somehow that it still makes its way in, and it's very evident. And it's like because that whole kind of like I'm not going to use the term mellow death because I think it's stupid, but melodic death metal stuff, the Gothenburg scene,
Gothenburg. Yeah, just call it that.
like what At the Gates and Dark Tranquility were doing at the time, it was just like looking back, it's such a like that was such a at the time it seemed like, oh, this is just like another little thing that's happening. Like this is how the scene is changing a little bit. Like this is like the next version of something. But looking back, it's like, holy shit, how fucking important was that little blip on the radar to affect another band on the other side of the, ocean. So,
Well, not just, I mean, if you're going out the gates, like literally affect the entire American metal scene throughout the 2000s. You know
that's
what I mean?
true.
Like
Yeah.
the tidal wave,
Darkest Hour and, all this
that
other shit.
whole,
Yeah.
that whole metalcore thing was so,
Yeah,
especially
because
for
a
like,
mutual friend of ours, Mark Coughlin, worked at the record store with us.
yeah,
That was like one of his entry points. We're like, dude, this just sounds like fucking Swedish death metal. What the fuck are you listening to?
yeah, yeah. I was like, when Evie was working at the record store, Evie was kind of a punk rock employee that worked with us and went to high school with all of us and stuff.
Mhm.
Like, she came in one time and I think I was listening to the first Dillinger Escape Plan EP, and she was like, "What the fuck is this?" I was like, "This is on Relapse. It's like a metal thing." She's like, "This is awesome." And I was like, "Yeah, I guess it kind of has like a punk kind of thing." She's like, "Yeah, it definitely does. It's like hardcore." And I was like, yeah, like it hadn't occurred to me. You know what I mean? Like I think I was
Mhm.
just putting on it was a Relapse thing. Chris, I think, had given it. He had an extra copy, and so I was just like, yeah, you're right. And so like there were these like weird bands that could be crossovers with like other scenes, and yeah,
Well,
I
it was
think
interesting that we had like extreme metal scene was so singular when it first started, and for it to be something that like other people were emulating was kind of like unbelievable back in the day.
I
You're
know.
just like,
I remember when I first
nobody
heard that
fucking
Unearth.
knows any of this shit. Like, what? What?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I heard that Stings of Conscious Unearth sort of CD, I think I got it.
Mhm.
I was living with Brian in that Bennett Street apartment, that kind of basement apartment thing.
Yep.
And I was just like, I remember like I had to review it for Eclipse, and I was trying to like figure out this song, and I was like, wait, that's like Death Symbolic. Wait, that's fucking In Flames. Wait, that I was just like, what the? And all those guys they were like John. They were like us. They were the
Mhm.
American kids that were just absorbing all this. They were the same age as us, and they were just
Yep.
like making music of all the shit they liked. And I was like, oh, this makes so much sense now,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. It's funny.
yep, interesting. So then we go from Astral Dialogue to the final song, Dark Matter Gods. And this is one I wasn't going to play originally, but in the interview, I went back and listened, and both like Hunter and John both gushed about how much it's like their favorite song on this record to play live. Apparently, it's very, very fun. Maybe the drums and different things. And so I was like, they mentioned in the interview. I'll tag it in at the very end of the set here. But it kind of ebbs between this kind of psychedelic flavors with some kind of pretty crushing heavy moments. Kind of reminds me of like what bands like Solstafir kind of do really well, I guess. Like whatever that is. Bands like Solstafir, it's
Yeah,
kind of
I'm not sure
that
exactly what that
vibe.
is, but yeah, But people really like them.
Yeah, no, they were good when we saw them open for PL in Cleveland. So, and I remember Chris was really into those records. I think I have the first or Solstafir record, but yeah, I don't know. Any thoughts on Dark Matter Gods, or kind of just more of the same?
That's kind of where I'm at. Like my notes kind of started to peter off a little bit
No,
because
this
I
is
didn't really know what else to say.
yeah, it's let them, as Hunter Ginn likes to say on Radical Research, let the music speak for itself. So
Yeah, let it flow,
we'll
man.
do that. We'll do that, man. So we've got Birth and Death of the Pillars of Creation, Serpent's Caput, the Astral Dialogue, and Dark Matter Gods from the Serpent and the Sphere. So speaking of next Agalloch records, your final album is the Serpent and the Sphere in 2014. I guess, as we kind of bringing things to a conclusion here, what are your thoughts and kind of on that record and highlights of that record as you kind of look back now 11 years later? Obviously you have strong opinions about the last two, but where's that one slot in for you?
I like it. I think we didn't go far enough with it. I think that album should have been more celestial sounding, meaning more synthesizers, more lush production. But we just didn't. Um, I think the production's good. It's a good sort of progressive rock album, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Kind of. But other than that, I mean, I think like Dark Matter Gods is a great song. Plateau of the Ages is a great song. I actually like Celestial Entity a lot, but I think it suffers kind of the same problems that Pale Folklore has, where there are certain songs where we rehearse them a lot, and then there's like the opening track, we barely ever rehearse that because that was one of those sort of things that was like kind of grown in the studio. But yeah, I mean, there was definitely a concept. We were wanting to open the album with the opposite of what we did with Marrow and have like this really slow song open the album, which I don't know if it was a good idea or not at this point, but yeah, it's got
It
some.
kind of does that,
Yeah, I mean,
always,
the vision I had of this, and it goes all the way back to the beginning, where I was like, I told Billy, I was like, I want this to be like when the Big Bang happened, and it's like, all these pieces of whatever of matter and dark matter is like going into the universe, and I want this song to like kind of be like that. And so that's what that song was on the album.
That's
it was
cool.
kind of the Big Bang, and then the album doesn't really get started until the second song or the third song, I guess.
Of 2010, and it was raining and it was kind of cold.
It was like
And
November 26th was the release date on that.
I might have gotten, then I probably got it in early December. And I listened to it 2 times in a row. Um, and I mean, some of my favorite, I've been pressing John and all the other guys to play Watcher's Monolith at some
I would
point.
love to. I love that song.
Yeah, I think that's a top tier Agalloch song, but
You should hear the remix version.
yeah.
So good.
Yeah, Ghost is a favorite of mine. And I love playing. I, if I'm not too tired, I love playing Painted Gray. Um, uh, Serpent. I agree with John. Like Plateau is a really great song. Dark Matter Gods is actually like a top 10 Agalloch song for me, and easily one of my favorite songs to play live. I think that song is pure magic. Um, I hear some like different. And now that John said that he wanted it to be more cosmic and that it's sort of a progressive rock record, I can kind of hear that. Like I hear like mid 70s Rush in there, but I also hear like some um like up through Linear Shades era, Beyond Dawn
Yeah.
kind of stuff too. Um, yeah, I think I wish they'd gone further with Serpent too. It's kind of like Angel Rat. I wish
Yeah.
Angel Rat went further. I love it.
Leaned in a little more
More
on some of the
fence,
ideas. Yeah.
more, yeah, more, yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean,
More weird.
I kind of wish we would have actually hired a keyboardist to come in and do those songs, because somebody who's like really, knowledgeable of like old school keyboards and stuff, because I really wanted to bring that like krautrock cosmic kind of thing into that album. And we just didn't quite. I replicated some of it with like the guitar, like I did some guitar synths kind of stuff, but yeah, I don't know.
Now I'm obsessed with the idea of Agalloch doing like a krautrock record. This is like something I'm gonna
Oh,
hyper fixate on. So
we tried.
I know, but I mean, like to bringing in the right people, to execute that. I just taught a krautrock lesson in my rock history class the other day, so I had high school kids really jamming to the Motoric beat. It was pretty fun. So
I mean, in some ways, Blood Incantation kind of took that and ran
sure,
with it. You
yeah,
know,
with Tangerine Dream, yep,
yeah, yeah. I mean, and I remember Wolves in the Throne Room put out an album. Which one was it? It was the really celestial album. That was kind of one that I was influenced by a little bit. Um, what was that? Was it
Celestial
Celestial
Lineage,
Lineage? Yeah, yeah, that
yeah,
album.
yeah,
That's probably my favorite Wolves album, actually. But even they did it better than we did it. I think. I think we were all influenced by the same stuff, and we approached it in different ways.
yeah. So I guess
It
as we
needed,
kind of oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, John.
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say Serpent needed more Mellotron.
There you go. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If only you knew Hunter then. Hunter he's your prog rock guy. He could have brought in some
Well,
different ideas there.
well, the thing is we're all prog rock people too. I mean,
Yeah.
like if you listen to like Ashes, you hear a very distinct like Thule influence on Fire Above Ice Below. I mean, it's like shameless. But yeah.
My work has begun!
It was Dark Matter Gods, the Astral Dialogue. Then we heard the neo-folk classical piece Serpent's Caput right after Birth and Death of the Pillars of Creation. And again, we heard from John and Hunter there. So we're going to hear from John and Hunter for the final time as we kind of wrap up Serpent in the Sphere, and we've got kind of two final songs from Agalloch proper as the band are going to kind of part ways after the record, and so John and Hunter will kind of give some of, or especially John will give his perspective on the breakup of the band and kind of what happened after, and so you'll hear that. But I did want to share some things as we get to it about that from the book. So a little bit in this set and then our kind of final set. But so we've got two more songs from Agalloch proper, and they're Celestial Effigy and Plateau of the Ages, which are near the second half and end of the record. And Celestial Effigy is cool. Kind of recalls Pale Folklore. It kind of goes a little bit back to that sound a bit, but it kind of does mix in some of the prog and krautrock weird leanings. And so I thought that was cool because it's like a linkage back to the past, and killer leads, and it even ends with like that Bray Murder Day kind of riff at the very end. And then that kind of takes us sort of into what a lot of people, and I think including John, thinks that this is kind of the best part of this record, which is Plateau of the Ages. And I think it's controversial. Some people I read really love it as an instrumental, and some people don't. But I think if you like the direction that the band is going in on Serpent the Sphere, I think that this is like pretty realized. And I think it's one of the best metal instrumentals that's like interesting and composed. It reminds me of like Call of Cthulhu or Orion or something, where it's not a boring instrumental. It's like moving into different places, and it's like something like Isis or Mogwai would do, or something like that. And you can really
It's an
hear,
instrumental for there's a purpose. It's not just because
yeah,
you want
it's
to add
telling a
another
story
instrumental
of
to
some
the
sort.
album or something.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not just like there as like a stopgap or something
Hmm.
like that.
Yeah,
Even
because he couldn't
mono.
figure out lyrics or something.
Yeah, exactly. I hear a lot of like mono too, which
Hmm.
it's a band I hadn't really thought a lot about until I saw them open for Alcest, and I was like, oh shit, I really like some of those mono records
I've
that I bought.
seen Mono more times than I can actually believe.
It's so funny. I never had seen them. Where I guess what
The
shows did
open,
you go to where mono was at?
I've
I
seen them
just,
3 times.
it's funny. I never remember them.
They played Detroit circuits, like I saw them with Russian Circles before.
Okay, I've seen Russian
Um,
Circles before, but not with mono.
God, who else have I seen them with? It was all in a very like in a 5-year period.
Hmm.
They must have had like a good like booking agent for metal
Yeah,
adjacent stuff, but
yeah.
yeah,
But
it all seemed to kind of work together.
I think like in terms of the fact that this is epic, it's emotionally satisfying, it's musically adventurous. I think it's what they want all of the record to be. Pitchfork kind of Agalloch became like a Pitchfork band for a bit. Kind of like Death Heaven and Alcest.
Yeah.
So they've definitely got an eye for certain metal bands, and Pitchfork is a lot of things, but they do have some good writers.
Good,
I don't
good way
hate
to put it.
Pitchfork. I'm sort of like an agnostic about them. It just kind of depends on what you're looking
Well,
for
there's
from
a
them.
certain, I think there's a certain era where they were more I don't really think they have much of an influence
No,
anymore.
I don't think so. Sometimes they do some really interesting like countdowns and stuff that I've used in my rock history classes as like a
But
discussion
for
point
yeah,
and
a
stuff.
certain point in time back then,
Sure.
they were kind of the bleeding edge of a lot of things.
Yeah, and I think Pitchfork called this song Radiant. I think that's like a really good way of kind of describing it. And I think this song is definitely, it suggests a pathway out to Alcest and Death Heaven. And I think the part at like 4:15 of this song is like pure Death Heaven, And so this is right as Death Heaven was kind of coming out. I think Sunbather was maybe the year before, but you definitely know that Death Heaven were
What
fans
year
of
was that?
Agalloch.
You remember?
I feel like Sunbather was like 2012 or 2013. So it was like right around this sort of period. But
Okay.
like there's a
I remember doing the decibel. I did an illustration
Mhm.
for that record, and the management company contacted me and bought
Oh yeah,
the original
cool.
art from me, but they didn't buy the second one,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
interesting.
Yeah, it's still available
Well,
if anybody wants to buy it.
there you go. Yeah, you probably have all that stuff available if Requiem fans, right? For a lot
Well,
of your
I'm
decibels.
after everything is done with my Repulsion book with any kind of edits I need to do. I'm gonna put up a lot of I'm gonna put up all of the art I have that I've done band related stuff on my website um, to sell
That's awesome.
because I got mouths to feed, you know.
Yeah, we'll definitely link that stuff all over, the
Yeah,
Requiem stuff because I think there's probably a pretty big crossover of decibel people and Requiem heads. So, but yeah. So I just think, I think it's Def Heaven's an interesting band. I'll be honest, right now in my top few releases of the year, metal wise, Def Heaven is at near the top. Their new
for
records,
2025.
yeah, their new records, the best thing I think they've ever done. It's pretty incredible. Um, it got really good reviews, I believe, from most people. I can't remember what Decibel gave it, but um, yeah, it's up there. I mean, it's not my album of the year, but it's definitely in like my top five thus far, about halfway through. So, um, and that was a band I kind of like. I like their first two or three. I've seen them live. I think they're really great live, actually. I think I like them better live than I do on record. I kind of get them more when I see them live.
Hmm.
So I'm kind of pissed. I want to see Agalloch live, and Schaefer and other people have said that they're just incredible now, especially with Hunter. And I'm like, shit, man, I just keep missing them. It's weird. They seem like a band I should have seen live, but here we are.
I mean, they didn't tour for shit.
I know. And I think they play a lot of West Coast stuff. That's probably why Schaefer's had access to them.
Yeah, I
So
mean they're playing that show because it's
yes,
a half hour from their house.
yep, yep, absolutely.
I don't think they want to do. I mean, as you get older, it's like who the fuck wants to do a nationwide tour where you're playing to like 300 people each night? Like just go and do festivals. That's honestly the way
I
to
think this is
go.
a good time to I'm going to read an excerpt from the book, and then I want to talk about something that I've read about John's attitude towards professional musicianship, I guess, but I'll save it till after this.
Okay.
So this is from Daniel Lake's book, kind of getting to where things start to take a turn for the worse. Says after Serpent, though, the strain between band members overcame their ability to hold Agalloch together. In May of 2016, John decided that he had to separate himself from the rest of the band. In a public statement, Anderson cited that Hom had professional musical ambitions that required more constant commitment to rehearsing and touring than the other members of the band felt they could reasonably commit to. Quote, as the band grew in popularity, Walton explains, quote, as we started touring, making money, having a crew, there's a lot of outside influences on us. By the time we got to something like Marrow, it's almost like a machine that you have to keep having to feed. I think a lot of tensions that happened were because of outside influences. There were a bit of butting heads during Marrow, but when it got to be time for Serpent, I think there was even more. Some of the disagreement centered on the extent to which the band would tour. Hom wanted to play as often in as many places as possible, and the rest of the band was less interested in life on the road. Quote, it's nothing like VH1 behind the music, dramatic stuff, adds Walton, but there's definitely was a separation. Walton mentions life on tour as an indicator of the breakdown, and Anderson repeats similar issues, saying that the feeling of writing with Hom was a positive experience all the way to the end. Quote, that feeling we had pre Pale Folklore never left. I don't think it ever left. I don't know what he would say. Every time I got a new riff or a new song from John, a wave file in my email, I was always like, cool, I can't wait to see what I can do with this. When it came to songwriting, he welcomed everything I did and never turned down anything. But we lived on a bus for months. It's small quarters. What might be just barely percolating all of a sudden comes out more readily. I think we grew apart. And so this is kind of the beginning of the end for this phase of Agalloch. And I remember coming across, I don't know where I came across it, but it was another interview, and they kind of got pretty heavy into it. And I didn't print it off or anything because I don't need to read anything more. But in a nutshell, they kind of talked about this fine line between, bands that are able to make a living, like Opeth, for example, by
Mhm.
just doing music. And they said they, for a long time, there was part of them that wanted to maybe strive towards that. Um, but like Don's a college professor, Walton's doing kind of what he does. And I think on some level, they never wanted to make and write music to put food on their table, because what they realize is that if they did that they wouldn't be doing music for the right reasons. And so like there was this sort of philosophical debate that was kind of going on over how professional we want Agalloch to be, the best version it can be of itself, but do we want it to be all of our life? Because if we do that, then we're going to end up sacrificing maybe songwriting, because we have to commit, because we have to make songs and albums and be on the road to feed ourselves and put food on our tables. And it's that fine line. I think I was interested in what your thoughts are on it, this idea of art versus commerce, and like this, how do you find that sort of balance to be able to like do the things you want to do, but also still enjoy what you're doing and not like hate doing it because you're just doing it because you have to do it. It's so tricky, I imagine. I'm sure somebody that does freelance,
Oh
this
yeah.
has always been something that's like been probably a philosophical struggle for you, especially when you were younger and probably more idealistic about that stuff. But
Yeah, I'm still pretty idealistic about it. Um, I would rather. I did a what the hell is I'm trying to think of the. I did an interview with a YouTube channel called, I can't think what the fuck it's called. Heavy. Oh, Jesus. If you just look up my name on YouTube, you'll probably find it. But it's this guy who he's an illustrator. He does um album cover stuff, um let's say like t-shirt designs, all that kind of like basically everything I kind of do, but this is like not his. He doesn't do it as a career. He does it because he loves it. And I
uh
did an interview with him, or he interviewed me for, you know, 2 hours or whatever about talking about this stuff. And I kind of my takeaway for the whole thing is like if you're not doing this because you love to do it, I don't really, there's not a financial benefit to be like a extreme metal artist. There's honestly no benefit to do that. If you don't love it, then there's no point in doing it whatsoever. Um, but also I got to the point where and I talked to him about this in the episode, where I was like, I would rather dig a ditch or, change a water heater for somebody than to draw something that I don't give a shit about.
yeah.
And I completely understand where these guys are at, where they're like, if this is like, and because especially touring and stuff with other people, if you're going to be out touring and doing shows, and if you've got children or a family, if you're not 100% into this, like, what the fuck are you doing? It's not worth, there's no money in it at all. It's all about passion.
Yep.
And if you really are into it, if it's like a, extraneous thing that you like to do, this is like a weekend warrior thing, cool. It is not a way to make money at all.
Yeah.
So I totally get where, if people have hesitations about doing, and really, like, what, like, you do 2 or 3 shows a year, maybe at this point, like a couple festivals, like, it's so, like, I think people have a very different idea of what they think festival performances incur into your life, like how much you're actually making. Like, are people flying you off for these things? Is this something that's kind of like the whole? It's all very, uh, it's a very nuanced thing.
Sure.
And especially in your 50s and 60s, and like with the Repulsion book, like talking about like what they do, and like these guys, they're not making a living off of this. This is
No.
still this is something else they do as on the side. This is not like, oh, of course, these guys, like, they're right there when, death metal grindcore started. They're probably making, at least like six figures off this. Like, people aren't making shit. Like, this is such an underground, small thing. And so, yeah, long story short, I think that with Agalloch, I think if you're not enjoying what you're doing, if you're not feeling fulfillment, there's no point in doing it. It's not just because like you've got to keep this consistency of like what you think the scene is expecting from you, or like it's just it's all purely passion at this point. And I'm glad they're going on and doing like shows again, but with doing a new album, I don't know. I hope it's like what they want to do and not what they expect people to want them to do.
No, John talks about it in this last interview segment a bit. He's already written some songs and he's shared them with the guys, and they've kind of I think it's in the works. And he said it's unlike anything they've ever written. It'll surprise people, and that's good.
Great. That's
That's
what I want to
exactly
hear. Yeah,
that's exactly what it's going to be. So
I don't
All right,
want to
so
be
let's
like, oh, this sounds just like Pale Folklore. Like, well,
Yeah.
who cares? We'll just listen to that album.
exactly.
You know?
So, and I think they're wiser, and I think Hunter brings something kind of new to the table too. I'm sure, with his
And he's a little
background and
younger,
stuff.
I think, too, right?
I think he's my age. Yeah, I think he's
Okay.
like right around. Yeah, so he's a few years younger than you and Chris. So
4 years younger. It's a big deal.
yeah, that's what happens. Well, 4 years younger until next week, and then I'll be 3 years younger. So I know, getting there.
No, not 3 years. You're still 4. You're turning 46, right?
No, I'll be 47 next Friday.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Oh,
I
okay.
know, getting there.
Damn.
I'm on the back side of 40s towards my 50s now. I'm really pushing towards there. Yep.
I'm already pushing 51. Chris just turned 50.
I know, it's wild. Wild.
Albert just turned 50.
I know. Yep.
Texted
Years
him, and
behind you
we're
guys.
just like, yeah, we're just we just talk about mowing the lawn now.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited to mow the lawn tomorrow. Get to listen to some music. So so we'll hear from John and Hunter for the final time here, and we've got Celestial Effigy and Plateau of the Ages, and we're gonna come back and kind of say our goodbyes, but kind of talk about the aftermath of Agalloch a little bit, and sort of what happens with these members, and kind of what's going on today. All right. So enjoy Celestial Effigy and Plateau of the Ages from Serpent the Sphere. I mean, I know you can't really like predict the future. I know you guys are obviously playing shows and you were joking around about new songs, but like, is there any kind of, thing that you want to sort of add at the end of this about like where things might be going down the road, or do you want to leave it sort of open-ended, or I'll give you, I guess, the final word on that, however you want to sort of close that.
I mean, I wrote a new song. It was funny because I was talking to Nej about it, and he asked if Agalloch was going to make another album, because he told me he bent over and he got in my face and he's like, because the world needs another Agalloch album. And I was like, I don't know if it does, but no, I wrote like an 8.5 minute long song, not necessarily to be an Agalloch song. I just wanted to write a metal song for the first time since fucking 8 years ago, probably. And I don't know. What do you think of it, Hunter?
I love it. All three of us do. The other three.
But I don't know where it would stand in terms of our
it's
history.
different. I mean, it has, and I'm not going to give too much away about it, but I mean, it's definitely different, and it has some influences that I don't think Agalloch has fully explored before.
Like the Voivod influence, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this going to be the La Masquerade Infernal of the Agalloch catalog?
No,
Just messing,
no,
just
definitely
messing.
not. I don't know what I don't know what I mean, there's definitely some Pelorian riffs in there. I mean, it has that. The thing was, okay, here's the thing about when I split from Agalloch and I started Pelorian, I wanted to start fresh with my songwriting, and I wanted to try a whole different kind of songwriting that involved like, I don't know how to explain it, but like basically when you have like say 3 or 4 guitar parts that are like meshing in harmony, almost like a classical piece, rather than just like riffs. And that's kind of what I'm doing on this track, I guess. There's like some 4-part guitar harmony parts with like, it's hard to explain, but
It kind of like the way the Emperor approached like anthems, like how he was kind of layering it almost like classical pieces on top. That
right,
type
except
of
I'm not a
approach?
fan of anthems.
Okay.
But
Hot take number 2. Just kidding.
yeah, not the first time either.
No, you recently went through this with me and Jeff. So
no, like I've always wanted to like take like kind of like what Arvo Pärt did with his classical pieces and turn it into more of like a metal kind of thing. So that's kind of what I was trying to experiment with this piece. And I don't know.
I look forward to hearing it. Yeah.
Yeah. I sent all the stems to Don and I was like, here, you do something with this. Because like I said, it wasn't really meant to be an Agalloch song per se. It was just me trying some metal composition for the first time since Pelorian split up. So yeah.
Nice. Awesome. And so for people that want to kind of check you guys out, because we have fan base all over the world and stuff, like what are these upcoming shows? Obviously we're doing this for the Northwest Terror Fest, but what are some of the other things beyond that you guys are doing around the world?
Well, there's Northwest Terror Fest.
Yep.
And then
when is that again?
That's early May. I think May 8th, I think is when we're playing. I don't know. And then the following weekend, we're going to be in California with Emperor for 2 shows, LA and San Francisco. And we're going to be playing Ashes Against the Grain in its entirety. And then after that, we have the Fortress Festival in England. And then there's a show that I can't really talk about right now. And then then we're going to be playing in Mexico in September. And there's another show in September that I don't think has been announced yet either. So yeah, so we've got a few shows lined up.
Well, hopefully for Hunter's sake, maybe you can play something in the East Coast region for his travel purposes. That would be amazing if that happened down the road.
No, I'd love
I actually like to leave the East Coast, so yeah.
Yeah, I would love to play the Caves in Tennessee. That's a place I'd like to play.
Cool.
Because ever since we played the Caves in Germany, I just want to play Caves. So that would be a cool thing. I mean, we've been trying to play shows in New York, and in fact, we probably would have taken the New York shows with Emperor if it wasn't for Northwest Terror Fest. Because the weekend that they're playing in New York with Wolves, we're playing in Seattle.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, thanks, guys. This has been awesome. I appreciate you guys doing this. And we'll let you know. I'll let you know, obviously, John, when the first episode comes out and stuff. I'll send you links and you can share it wherever, Hunter knows where Requiem's usually found and all that kind of good stuff. So, great. Yeah. Anything else before we get out of here for either of you guys?
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Cool. Thanks, guys. We'll talk soon. All right. Take care. All right. Peace. was Plateau of the Ages and Celestial Effigy. And so, as the guys alluded to, there was definitely a lot of baggage after the breakup with John. And he kind of got into trouble when a misunderstood drunken Facebook rant got misconstrued. But after kind of Serpent, all of the members kind of went on to other works. John goes on to Pelorian and forms that with one of the guys, the former Ueda drummer, Trevor Matthews, and then I didn't write the other guy's name down. And so kind of a three-piece kind of thing, doing some, kind of it's kind of a convergence of black folk and atmospheric metal. So John at his kind of angriest, probably letting a lot of his, stuff out. And he seems to kind of even says it in that last interview segment, like he kind of had to hit rock bottom to sort of figure himself out. He was pretty kind of reckless, I think, and I think there was some, alcohol things kind of going on a little bit and things, and I think he's kind of like figured that out and healed, and he's a better version of himself today in the aftermath of that. And then, and then Karada, which the other three members, including ASEP, kind of go on to form, and that's Prophecy Records is going to put that out in 2018. They're going to merge with Aaron John Gregory from Giant Squid, whose vocals are kind of like speaking of Aaron Stainthorn, a weird kind of mix of like Aaron
Totally
Stainthorn
right. Yeah.
and Alan from Primordial a little bit too. There's a lot of that, kind of that unsettling clean vocals, which is kind of cool. Lots of sculptured mixed in now that Don's kind of, probably writing a lot of the music mixed with some kind of Giant Squid. And the lyrics are really interesting. It's all kind of bemoaning the environmental degradation of the planet. And I've had that Karada record for quite a few years. It's interesting. And what I like and admire about it is how unlike Agalloch the whole record is. It's like those three guys kind of like consciously decided to sort of go in a completely different direction. Whereas, Pelorian's like a really good kind of like offshoot of Agalloch. Really, it's not super.
It's what they would have possibly done the next record.
Yeah, it could have been. And that's fine. Although John claims that none of the riffs on Pelorian were anything that he had actually written for Agalloch, but again, I'm not gonna argue. It's just maybe his style. That's just, what he does, kind of thing. So so I wanted to share this. This is kind of the end of the chapter on Agalloch from Daniel Lake's book, and I think it sums up kind of the interesting drama that the band sort of goes through and kind of where they sort of come out, I suppose. But says Anderson, Walton, and Decker continue to work together, eventually drawing in Aaron Gregory from Sludge Monsters' Giant Squid and becoming Karada. The band released their solo record Salt in 2018 before rumors of the band's dissolution were confirmed by Gregory in late 2019. Hom founded a new, more black metal focused project, Pelorian, with drummer Trevor Matthews, who also played in Ueda at the time, and Stephen Parker, who had recorded his own beautifully atmospheric black metal as The Will of a Million, which I don't know them, but I'll take Daniel's word for it. Quote, there were a few weeks where I thought maybe I'll retire from playing in bands, says Hom. I'll just do my solo stuff here and there and do other things in life. It just happened that I was friends with Steven at the time and we got to talking about ideas. I had some riffs in my archives, no full songs or anything, but I definitely had some riffs kicking around that definitely wouldn't have worked for Agalloch. I showed him that stuff and he had some ideas. There was no aspiration to have a serious band. We just wanted to jam. I wasn't really in a hurry until we started actually writing 2 or 3 songs. And then we were like, wow, this is actually really good. And it's coming out very naturally and very quickly. We were having a lot of fun touring. We didn't even have a name for this project at the time. We were just making music. Somewhere towards the summer of 2016, we decided, let's make a serious band of this. That's when Pelorian was born. Hom continues, I wanted for the first time in my career to have a band that functioned like a band, that wrote music as a band. That's the biggest difference between what I was doing and how Agalloch started and the way that Pelorian was. Pelorian did not gather people from a one-man project. It was 3 people at the beginning. Hom says that Pelorian's 2017 record, Obsidian Arc, is definitely one of my favorite albums I've ever made. Personally, I concur. This is Daniel saying this. It's got a savage edge to it that Agalloch never really saw in their music. Of course, the songwriting style is still tied to Hom's recognizable approach, but the rage boils across Obsidian Arc's 48 minutes that seems sublimated and softer throughout Agalloch's discography. As jagged and feral as Obsidian Arc sounds, Hom promises that, quote, it's not as aggressive as the next Pelorian album's going to be. Somewhat unfortunately, that promise will not see fulfillment. In February 2019, after Hom used a Facebook post to lament the death of actor Bruno Ganz, famous in part for a 2004 portrayal of Adolf Hitler, he later commented on social media that he was, quote, glad to see that the Juden book hadn't deleted my posts like I had heard about other Gantz tributes, end quote. Such a comment seemed immediately distasteful, and condemnation came swiftly. Writing such a tone deaf statement in such a public forum is problematic even without context, and given the combination of the very real persistence of anti Semitism in the world, black metal's more than passing entanglement with racist ideologies, and the fraught sociopolitical climate in the U.S., there simply could not be any room allowed for this apparent error in judgment. Parker and Matthews quickly cut ties with Pelorian. Hom issued an apology calling the comment insensitive, juvenile, reprehensible, and thoughtless, to see the least, and suggesting that his, quote, vitriolic sarcasm was aimed solely at Facebook censorship and not the Jewish community. So that's kind of where I remember seeing that all blow up on Facebook. I don't know if you kind of were still on Facebook really at that time in like 2018, 2019, but it's
Probably
quite a
not.
big deal in the like metal world. And I just remember being
Yeah.
like, damn, that's unfortunate. And, I remember talking to Joseph about it, and Joseph was like, yeah, it's, John will tell you, it was just a bad, drunken rant kind of, it was just like somebody that was just,
Well, the thing is with the
you know,
internet, there's subtlety to what people say,
exactly. And
and when
there
people
was no nuance.
with Marduk, where people are like, well, they're talking about World War II, so they're probably Nazis. Like, no, they're talking about the horrific nature of like what's more horrific than genocide.
Angel of Death with Slayer got them in a
Yeah,
lot of
like
trouble.
it's the same like just stupid idiot people that are, they're thinking that anything that talks about something that's perceived to be like the problem with the internet is everybody can get outraged immediately, and nobody wants to sit down and like, okay, well, what's really happening here? Like, Slayer are not Nazis. There's a Cuban guy and there's a guy from South America in the band. Like, people need to like understand what's happening a little bit.
Absolutely. So, as we
But I
kind of
was
wrap
not
things,
aware of. I didn't follow that situation.
yeah, it was a whole thing, because like, I mean, again, it had been like a few years since the last Agalloch, and I don't know if I was acutely aware that they had broken up until that Karada record came out, which I was like, oh, it's former members of Agalloch, and I was like, oh shit, Agalloch. I probably read in Decibel that they had split, but it kind of became really real then. So, but there's a happy ending to all this. All right. Before Hom's comment
Hey, they
surfaced,
got back together.
he and Anderson had been gradually working towards a personal reconciliation. John and I remained in contact all through the 3 years following the breakup, but it was all business. Gradually, those emails became more casual, and we were both moving towards finally meeting and hashing things out. When the Facebook comment was made, Anderson and the other members of Agalloch condemned it decisively and publicly. Quote, but I think it's critical, Anderson continues, that our culture do more than call out bad behavior. John's comment accelerated our meeting. We discussed the ways it was harmful. I know that John regrets the comment. Through all of this, I've learned a lot about forgiveness and compassion, and I think that goes for John as well. Hom shares both understanding and frustration about how the comment has continued to follow him. I have always been a bit of a mindless loose cannon with a sinister sense of humor. At the time, I didn't really give much thought about the consequences of how such a snide and idiotic joke could be perceived. It was a massive wake-up call for me, and I definitely regret it. On a positive note, it did lead to Don and I meeting and patching up our friendship. It also gave me a greater perspective on how such language can deeply affect others, and I have become much more aware and empathetic as a result. Additionally, I have a Capalico tattooed on my forearm last year as a reminder to consider consequences before I speak or act. Anderson relays a much more recent story about the confluence of their enjoyment of both bourbon and Bergman. John and I recently saw The Seventh Seal in the theater, and it was really great to once again share our appreciation for Bergman and film in general. Some days after we saw the film, he was over at my house, and I casually asked him, "What's your go-to bourbon?" He mistakenly thought I asked, "What's your go-to Bergman?" He replied, "The Seventh Seal." That's a back and forth that could only happen between he and I, and it's things like that that I've missed and were part what made our collaboration so unique. For their part, Agalloch offered a series of records that define one of U.S. black metal's most intriguing corners, one that draws from adjacent forms of music in non-obvious ways. Quote, I think what made Agalloch, Anderson muses, is that everybody in the band were very eclectic listeners, and we didn't draw a lot of borders around the kind of music we listened to and played. We wanted the music to be atmospheric, dark, serious, things like existentialism and nature and God and heathen themes. The canvas for Agalloch's sound usually began with Bergstadt at a point of departure, and then everything we did from Pal Folklore on was gradually expanding and adding color to that canvas. Whether that was through indie rock or singer-songwriters like Leonard Cohen or Nick Cave, or classical music like Arvo Part, or Current 93, Death in June, Soul Invictus, Coil, Nurse with Wound, or the other Norwegian bands like Enslaved, Emperor, Burzum, Vedbwenzende, we were always exploring for newer things. We opened our minds and stopped listening to metal for a long time and focused on experimental music, neofolk, electronica, contemporary classical, and other artists that we could pull from. Decker sees the band as a portal into much of the experimentation in the genre that would later come later. Quote, you would not have Wolves in the Throne Room without Agalloch. To a degree, you would not have Death Heaven without Agalloch. They were bold, going outside and putting influences on their sleeves that weren't even metal. I was extremely jealous of that. And that ends the chapter. So yeah, so that's kind of where we're at is just kind of wrapping things up with their legacy. And I think that from what the interviews that we're playing and from what the book said, the band is reconciled. They're obviously playing shows again. Hunter Ginn has obviously joined the band as their drummer, and something's in the works. Something's happening, and so I think that you will be seeing an Agalloch album in the future, and I am excited. The other thing too is that he talked about it in the interview segment, but is Marrow of Spirit, when they put out that on Eisenwald, um, John's got somebody to remix the record so that it actually sounds pretty amazing. And Hunter and others said that they heard it and it's pretty incredible. Like it's gonna like kind of change people's opinion on that record. So I'm really fascinated to hear it on a good stereo system remix to see if it makes a sizable difference in terms of what they wanted that record to sound like, and maybe it will sound a lot more like the Serpent and the Sphere. You know what I mean? But like with the same weird songs that they did on Marrow, but it's hard to say. So, any final thoughts on either their kind of post bands, the Pelorian or the Karada, that you thought was interesting, or any final sort of closing thoughts on Agalloch as we kind of wrap things up?
Well, we've got the brideisms,
Mhm.
which always becomes something when we talk about Doom.
Yeah.
Bride is one of those kind of touchstone moments.
Core foundational. Yep.
Yeah. But I'm kind of on board with whatever they want to do moving forward. I like the stuff they do that doesn't sound exactly like what their influences are. I think it's much more interesting to hear what they want to sound like than what we think they should sound like.
Yeah. How's this been as a journey for a band that you were relatively unfamiliar with kind of over the course of this? Is this like a band where you thought something about them before we started these episodes compared to like where you're at with them now? Just kind of curious because you're kind of a rare person that kind of didn't really ever go on the Agalloch journey years ago.
Yeah, I mean I'm always down to clown, as they say.
Down to clown, baby. Here we go.
Um, but it's also, this is like one of the more, I mean, I guess it's saying something about the show, but one of the newer bands that we're investigating in a fairly in-depth way. Um, it's weird to hear. I don't think it's often that we talk about a band where there's so many confluences of, like, this sounds like this is where this influence came from, like, so evidently, like in a modern way.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's interesting to kind of talk about these guys as being, I mean, it's as a postmodern metal band, really, and them, like, where how they've inadvertently kind of like with Deaf Heaven and Alcest, and how all this stuff is kind of they're at kind of at the precipice of moving this stuff forward
Mm-hmm.
without us knowing it at the time. So it's interesting to see, how that's working 30 years after the fact, 20 years after the fact.
It's weird because I remember when Chris first turned me on to the first couple Alcest records, and I just couldn't I couldn't put my finger on what I loved about it so much, but it was like immediate, and I was like, this sounds like a band that listened to all the same stuff I did and wrote a record for that. And it,
Hmm.
it didn't make sense to me at the time. I think I heard a lot of Catatonia and a lot of like Euro kind of stuff in it because they're
Sure.
French. So I didn't really think about Agalloch. And then it's like as the pieces started to go together and you hear things about Neige saying like we wouldn't exist without Agalloch, I'm like, this is the missing piece of the puzzle. And it's
Hmm.
it's so weird to think about a band who drew most of their influence from Europe,
Yeah.
taking and recontextualizing those, and then not just influence America, but like how like to influence America is so or to influence Europe is so fascinating too. You know, it's it's weird. It's like I don't know. The only thing I can think is it's like if Darkest Hour influenced a bunch of like French metal bands or something. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Like that doesn't make any sense. Like, but it worked, it did it. And there's a whole generation that kind of get Agalloch were kind of their gateway. And I think what I have to appreciate maybe as we kind of bring things to a sort of a close is that not everybody in America had the access that we had to the European stuff so readily available to them. And that maybe for people that were slightly younger than us, or maybe even the same age as us, Agalloch was like a band that was a gateway drug to Europe,
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
a way, especially if like you were like, oh, this is an American band, or maybe you were like against the European stuff, and this was like your first exposure to that Catatonia, Skydancer, Ulver, all those kind of weird sounds that they were merging together. Pale Folklore could have been, or Mantle could have been like that backward stepping stone. And we had already come the other way. We had already been over in Europe and stuff, so it
Yeah.
wasn't surprising to us. So yeah, it's just all kind of a matter of conjecture and perspective of where you kind of met this band when they were around, I suppose. So, but yeah, it's been fun. It's been interesting because again, I was more familiar with their earlier stuff. I had their newer stuff, but I hadn't spent as much time with things like Serpent or even Ashes. Marrow, I was pretty into when that came out, but yeah, it's been fun to kind of figure them out a little bit, and hear John's perspective, and again get the sense that John was just one of us.
Yeah.
He just happened to start a band. That's the only difference between him and like you and Chris. You guys are
Yeah.
the same age. You were all listening to the same shit. It's just he just got bored and started playing music, and you guys got bored and started a zine. It's like, damn,
Exactly.
it's like, different pathways, but the same kind of road, I suppose. So, but let us know what you thought on things. Leave us a comment on Facebook, Jason and Mark on Facebook, or go on Instagram. You can follow us there. We get a lot of comments on there. I some I forgot to read or print or whatever, but we do appreciate all the feedback. We internalize all that. You can go on Apple Music, where you should subscribe to us and leave us a comment there. That's kind of nice. I don't think you can leave comments on the pod crunchers and pod beans and things like that, but who knows? Spotify, give us a star rating if you still use Spotify. I
Hmm.
guess it maybe helps. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say
Probably
fuck
doesn't.
Spotify at this point.
Yeah, fuck Spotify. Um, but yeah, and if you want to become a Patreon, go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast. If you're kind of unsure about Patreon, you're like, I don't want to get looped into like a monthly sort of thing because it kind of weirds you out. and you'd like to send us, just like a one-time sort of donation, and thank us for doing that, PayPal, you can contact us through Requiem podcast at gmail.com or requiemjason at gmail.com, either or, and we can get you some, PayPal information if you'd like to go that way. Yeah, lots of cool things. And it sounds like we got some cool things kind of coming down the pike in terms of Mark's going to send some artwork for sale. And Mark, tell us, just remind people now that they're at the end of the episode about the fundraiser that you were talking about for Spirit Adrift.
I have to look at.
You said it was Help Nancy or something like that. You said
I have to pull out the. Here it is. So if you go to GoFundMe, Nicole, it is
sorry.
Nate Garrett's wife, Nicole. If you go to GoFundMe and look up Help Nicole, a selfless soul in need of cancer treatment, I'm sure they could use any help you could possibly give them. This is the worst fucking thing anybody wants to hear. This is the case, and then our healthcare system is to the point where you have to, you need help. It can't just be taken care of. So anything anybody could do, or if you can't afford anything, if you could just, post it somewhere, I think that would be great. The heavy metal community is incredibly generous and wonderful about all this kind of stuff. I can't think of a better, like when Jeff Wagner had his fire, when mutual friend of ours, Andrew Thomas, was diagnosed with cancer as well. People come together and help out because we love each other as much as we love heavy metal. So
absolutely well said. So for Agalloch Part 3, we're going to be ending with a pair of tunes that are not Agalloch, from Obsidian Arc from 2017, Pelorians by the Light of the Black Sun, and then from Karada's Salt record from 2018, the song Ossify. So for Agalloch Part 3 and Requiem Metal Podcast, I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.
So I guess as we kind of wrap things up, I guess what prompted the decision to finally, split up the band, and then ultimately, obviously, in recent years to reform and bringing Hunter in on drums. You don't have to go into all the crazy details, but I guess just for people who are discovering Agalloch for the first time on these Requiem episodes, obviously 2014 is the last time you release a record, but now you guys are playing again. So what's kind of the trajectory there, to sort of tell that final phase of the story?
Well, the split was mainly me being going through a bit of a shit time mentally. And I wanted different things from the band and what they wanted, and we just couldn't meet in the middle anymore. And I went through a period where I was very dark, and kind of out of control. And that split kind of came from that, and Pelorian kind of came from that. I mean, Pelorian was a band that was a product of that craziness. And that craziness ended up kind of imploding that band as well. So, I had to kind of crash and burn and kind of rebuild myself up. And in the process, I rekindled my friendship with Don and Jason. And after, Eisenwald was wanting to do all these reissues, and I was constantly working on these designs and stuff with them. And it was just like, it got to the point where I was like, I'm doing all this, like, this tedious work, and we're not having fun. The band is like, in essence, continuing, but it's without all the fun of playing live or making music. And so one day we were just hanging out, and I just kind of dropped the bomb where I was just like, maybe we should play a show. And Don like spilled his drink, and it was like that kind of thing. Because like it got to the point where it's like, and here's the other thing that was really fundamental was COVID. Nobody was playing live anymore. I missed playing live. I wanted to pursue my solo stuff, but I couldn't because of COVID. Everything was shut down. And so by the time that 2022 rolled around, things were kind of coming back together, and I was just like, I really miss playing live. And I miss playing big shows. I miss playing really cool venues. Um, and so that's where that came from. And then, I at the time I wasn't on good terms with Aesop, and so we wanted to start fresh with the drummer. And Don thought maybe Hunter might be a good fit. So yeah, that's how that came from.